I really need to do like a couple sessions of voice chat with somebody that I trust. I already know who, but try to tune. Actually, I might need this. Hold on, I need to keep this out. Okay, as soon as I start to talk, I start burping. This is all ice maker nonsense that's on the desk right now. Ice maker and getting my computer ready for a LAN. But yeah, anyway, what I was saying, I need to get into voice chat with somebody that I know, who I can trust with audio, and see if I can't get my lav mic to sound right in the mixer, because it doesn't. And if I can get it to sound right in the mixer, that means I can drop all of the VSTs and stuff. I can be confident in my setup and having everything go through that mixer. That way, I can also get Julian in here, and he can be on one of these setups. I think I only have one built right now. I'll need to build another one. I have all the parts, I have all the stuff, you know, because it was a personal project. I got 5 circuit boards for these things. It means I'll just have to fit one into one of the carriers. I've been meaning to do that for a while. Julian's been barking at my door, trying to get something going on, which I, you know, fully support. What's up, Jefferson? How you doing? I am sick today, and I don't know with what. Because, I don't know, got something. Don't know what it is. Some other mutant virus. I just did a COVID test, and it came back negative, but I definitely have something, because, I mean, my glucose levels are public knowledge now, which I find kind of funny. This website right here, this is my website. I probably should have branded it a little bit better, but CGM Data Bot is me. That's me. That's my CGM data. COVID-22. Uh-oh. Oh God, my knees are sore. Yeah, so this manifests itself in like a soreness sickness. So I'm just like, whole body hurts right now. I don't know why. Can't really do much about it, you know? Where's this wire? Where's this wire going? Why is it here? It's where I put my cell phone to charge when I stream. What is this? All this stuff out of the way. All this crap is in the way. I can hook up my tandem pump for a bit and use and get that running with this stuff, but I don't know if it's going to be worth it or not, because I'm going to move over to the Omnipod. I put in the request with my doctor to roll back in the technology to the previous version to the dash. But yeah, this is me. Not that. Right here. No. cgmdatabot.herokuapp.com. That's my app. These are my glucose levels. They've been fucking nigh on unmanageable over the past couple days. You know, there were some meals that kind of bumped me all the way up into the high range. I need to set this so that the display is a little bit easier to handle, because I think it's auto ranging, which makes it seem like, you know, it's totally off. Why is there a line through it? I guess because that's old data or something. Weird. But yeah, this has been not a good example of diabetes. I have not been doing my due diligence. I've been failing quite hard. I'll get it under control though. I'll get it under control. It's just, I think it has been, I think it's because of sickness. I think I've been sick because I woke up this morning and I'm just sore. I feel like I've been like heavy lifting yesterday, and yet I haven't done lifting in 2 days. So there's really no reason why I should be feeling the way that I am, other than my body's fighting something. May very well be the case. I'm gonna put some tools away here, and then we're gonna take a look at the pedals, because I'm gonna start with those, and then we'll move on to what's actually in the title. Where is that? There we go. That goes there. All right, gotta put stuff away. I've been working on the fixing the ice maker for this house, and it turns out there's a bunch of different types of ice makers and a bunch of different plugs for them, but they're all relatively the same. So you have historical graphs to show you how well you're controlling it. Well, yeah. Not on this system, because I've been doing a terrible job over the past couple days. So it's showing all of the terribleness. But, you know, a couple weeks from now, I will have forgotten that I put my worst foot forward. I would like to get my tandem stuff on that graph. In order to do it, I gotta run some plugins, and I gotta set up the tandem app on my phone. which I think Tandem Diabetes, being probably a better company, I think. I'm starting to think that they're a much better company because they're a smaller company. But they actually have Android 12 software because it showed up in the app thing. I'm reluctant to sign up for it because it's only like 3 weeks that I'm going to be on the Tandem pump. I get breath-by-breath data from the CPAP. That's kind of cool. Here's hoping you get to feeling well soon. Yeah, man. Getting a Cygnus as an adult sucks. It's so stupid. The back of the ice maker has this plug. This is one type. Here, let me get a little closer. Back of the ice maker has this plug. Right? New ice maker didn't have that. It had a fixed wire. So I cut it. I cut the correct plug from that ice maker, right? It had this plug on the back, no plug on the front. So I snip and extended the wire. Because apparently our ice maker's a little different because there's a little chute where the water comes down. There's a plug to the right. Most of them have the plug to the left. So I need like an inch of wire to get to the plug to the right. Why do they make it like that? It just causes panic and confusion. So anyway, snippy, I extended the wire out, and it turns out on the back of the refrigerator, the plug that goes and controls, it's basically 115 volts, earth ground, and then solenoid control, right? Solenoid control is actually this no, I think it's this wire. And then no, sorry, it's China color scheme. So I think this is load. Yellow and green is always earth ground. And then I believe yellow is, or maybe it's blue. I don't know, either way, I got it all wired up and working. But then I went to plug it in, and it turns out these are female, and the plug that it should be, the same housing, has male pins. So they didn't fit. They didn't click in, didn't fit, didn't make an electrical connection. I could have maybe like made pins, but it doesn't plug all the way in because the female just knocked together. So the socket end, I should say. I probably shouldn't gender the plug. I was hanging out with my very annoying friends, and I said something, and I saw all their eyes light up because I said something that was like that. Never mind. I'm not gonna get political, but oh boy, it's interesting how easy they are to bait. Anyway, with like gender stuff and things like that. But anyway, so it didn't plug into the back of the ice machine, which is ridiculous. I can't believe that they would have, I mean, these are generic sockets and you can do whatever you want with them, right? So apparently they put the socket end in here, and then they put the pin end in the other side on not the ice maker that I have. On the ice maker that I have, the socket end is on that, and then this is the pin end. So no, it's what I was about to say. No. Don't misread me here. I just mean not to swerve into that kind of stuff. And for some reason, yeah, that kind of thing, you know, gender equality for some reason is a political issue, which doesn't make a lot of sense. You are correct. That's kind of stupid. What did I do with, oh, it's in my bag. I'll do that later. Okay, so anyway, that was fail number 2. And every time I'm doing this, I have to like put the ice machine into the fridge, which means hanging it on 3 screws that fight you for some reason, even though they're as simple as you can get. So what I ended up doing is cutting the original harness and putting the correct plug, soldering it in, looking at the pinouts, which was difficult in and of itself. I had to, believe me, look, the only image that I found, ice maker pinout. These are standard appliances, right? So they all work on the same principles, which is basically that switch is flipped when the thermostat says that ice is frozen. It then triggers a heating element while the little fork very slowly rotates around. And then when the fork finally kicks the ice out, there's a little portion of that where it flips a switch that then activates a solenoid in the back of the fridge and refills the ice tray. That's all it is. That's all these things are. So the 4 plugs for every single one, and they all operate off of the same exact principle. So I was looking around and I'm trying to find what the pinout is because the wire colors are not standard. I have North American wire. See, I need one of these now because apparently after all that work, after all that research, after all that soldering, I find out, unfortunately, that turns out Ice maker works perfectly fine. Both of them, the new one and the old one. It's the solenoid that I needed. So I bought a solenoid and I haven't yet put it in. What's the volume on that? It's low? Good. Yeah, they're very simple machines. This is what they do. Somewhere along the line, it was in Google Images, but it wasn't. It was an image of text. And the image of the text showed what the 4 wire colors were that go into these things, because they're different for different models. They follow different wiring standards. That looks like the new one that I bought. Where is that picture? Can't find it. Because, yeah, they have 4 contacts that go into them. So space dive. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. It's supposed to be like this easy thing, right? I should have been able to just buy something and pop, you know, put it in. But having the plug on the other side means that the wires need to be longer, and the slight, any slight non-standardization. And I didn't buy the same model. So I'm gonna hold on to both of these wiring harnesses in case I want the old ice maker mechanics back in. I have a solenoid on the desk behind me, but I haven't had time to pull the fridge out. There's a guy looking at the floor upstairs, making banging noises on it. We're about to use a power tool anyway, so it doesn't matter, but I want to do one little thing with the wheel, and if we can't figure that out, then we're going to pivot over to burn the subs and start working on that, because we got methyl ethyl ketones sitting right in front of me. I also have conformal coating, but I don't think that's good for holding back water. Yeah, maybe the methyl ethyl ketone will push out whatever the fuck is wrong with me right now. I did a COVID test, and I am negative for COVID. Did a perfectly fine COVID. My nostrils are still feeling the COVID test. God, that is, it's just annoying. You gotta get above the part you're used to operating with in your nose. All the sensitive hairs up there. Maybe not pin out, wire color. Possibly that one. There's one that was just text. It didn't even have the wire coloring stuff on it. But that's what I followed for the pinout. It was ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Tested just before going on vacation, yeah. I'm glad I didn't get the brain swabs so far. I still, on the record, I still haven't gotten COVID. I would love to get one of the blood tests to see if I've ever had COVID. See how powerful I am. I fear that if I do get COVID, it's gonna be a shit show, though. I'm fully vaccinated. I need to get the 4th shot, though. Still need to do that. I'm fully Pfizered. My Pfizers are set to stun. All right, so this is the closest that I could find to it, but yeah, this isn't it. Green, yellow, black, blue. Trailer wiring. That's not even close to what I'm looking for. It was like one single image that just had the different brands and listed their wire color and function. Got it 2 months ago, ran 102 fever for 3 days, felt like ass, but recovered quick. Yeah, I'm hoping that's my story, but I've also got the wonderful little factors of being a degenerate obese person and having type 1 diabetes. But from what my doctor was telling me, people who are under control with their diabetes are not that, it's not a big deal. It was similar to the flu. Yeah, not to sound crazy. No, it's similar to the flu. I mean, that's what it is. And with the vaccination, you know, tamp it down quite a bit. I cannot seem to find the image that I found yesterday. It's like finding a weird like curiosity shop and then you turn around and it's a vacant lot. Was I even ever there? Colors, maybe that's the one. Maybe if I do the British spelling, I'll get it too. Well, this is the thing that I need to do, which is the fill thing. I need to replace that, and the bracketry is probably all different, so it's just going to hang out in the back of the fridge. Yeah, I had a friend who lost his sense of smell and taste for an extended amount of time, and I don't think it comes back quite right. Which scares me. Maybe it'll make food taste different and I won't eat as much. I just cannot seem to find... This is like RV wiring. I don't remember what I searched in order to find it. Hey, I guess I can't show you guys the image that I found. It was in Google Images and it was just all text. It was just like 3 columns of text and nothing else. It was crazy. I could probably search by, you know, use some of the search tools to narrow it down, but I don't want to get too fancy. I don't want to get too fancy. But yeah, it was the only source that I found that actually laid out the three different brands of simple ice maker and the wire color scheme. So I plugged that all in. Finally plugged in the new ice maker, and it seemed like nothing was happening. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with it? By the way, the new one doesn't have the test points on it, so I'm kind of like, I don't know if I want to have this because it doesn't have the troubleshooting test points. So what I did is I got frustrated and cranked the wheel a little bit. You're not supposed to do that because it can damage the gearing in the motor. This one luckily had like a little bit of a slip thing on the gearing. So I advanced the thing a little bit and nothing was happening. And I then pushed up the fridge light and it started very, very subtly. You got to watch it for a little bit. It started to rotate, went through a full rotation. So that works, but it went through a full rotation and it did not, no water came out. So either I got the pinout wrong, which is a possibility, or the solenoid valve is dead. So I'm going to replace the solenoid valve because, I mean, the other ice maker, in the state that it was in when I extracted it from the fridge, it didn't have any water in it. So I think maybe intermittently the solenoid was going. That's all I can come up with. But that'll mean new ice maker, new solenoid, so that thing should work. I need to get this. I need to get this harness, and it's harder to find because there's 2 lengths. I need to get a longer length, and then I can put the old ice maker back in if I feel like it. Maybe it was just the solenoid valve the whole time, and I'll have a extraneous ice maker, or I just keep the new one, but I don't like that the new one doesn't have test points on it. All the freaking appliances around here are just exploding, aren't they? Anyway, my glucose level data is public now, which is a little odd. I'm gonna try to get insulin data on this, but I'm not in as much of a rush because I've got to wait until I get the new pods. And the new pods are coming on the 8th, 8/8. So I've got to last for, what is it? 2.5 weeks now. 2.5 weeks now, and I put word to my doctor to see what's going on there. I don't know. What's his name isn't here today. The fellow who has the same doctor as I do. I wanted to ask him if he's been having trouble with communications issues where they like send the wrong prescription for no reason. Because that almost freaking destroyed me. I just spent $160 on a bottle of insulin because of it. All right, let me clean off a little bit more. I want to work on the pedals a little bit today. We're gonna start off with that just because I need to make a cut with a power tool because I need to angle the pedals and tilt them upwards a little bit. And that way we can use them for like, I don't know, snow tires or Wasteland Trucker. I don't know how Wasteland Trucker does with sim inputs. So maybe we'll do something a little bit more traditional, a little bit less open, a little bit more drivey. But I don't know, I don't want to just do racing games when I do games, you know? There's a bunch of games that I would like to play. I want to get back to Jedi Knight, to be honest. I might just play that on my own, but I want to install some mods. And once I get the mods working that I want us to play it online. We need to play it online. Stray would possibly be good. I watched a little bit of Rabaz playing that. Everyone and their dog is going to be playing that today, by the way. Today is Stray Day on Twitch. I'm having a weird hair day. Every single person and their dog is going to be playing Stray on Twitch today. So I could jump in the pool with everybody else, but it's looking, from what I saw of the game, at least the beginning of it looks fairly linear. It's like one of those adventure-y kind of linear platformy ordeals. I want to play Stray too. Yeah, it looks like it's a lot of fun, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll do that. Jump on the bandwagon, as it were. Where'd that screw go that fell to the ground? Nobody got the drop on that one. Oh, there it is, behind a plug. It's been a hell of a couple days. You already bought it? It looks like it's a fun, like, couch game, you know? You sit down with a controller, you get to be a cat for a little while. Those are always fun. Those are always fun games. But I want to see what the later game is like, but I have to stream, you know? I hope there are romance options. Probably. I don't know. I wanted, so from the initial thing of the game, you could walk up to one of the other cats and they start licking you. I expected that to turn into fighting, like with a normal cat, but it didn't happen. Cats are little psychos, aren't they? Little psychos. All right. I'm trying to brush out the cobwebs in my brain, remember what it's like to stream. I got a lot of the diabetes stuff set up, even though I don't know what it was. I don't know how I, did this. And I think the instructions had me signing up for like MongoDB and a couple others. Like, I don't think I needed to do that. Different animals from different countries can recognize, at least cats and dogs can recognize accents from the sounds they make for different countries. The Japanese cat apparently will have a Japanese cat accent as opposed to an American cat. I really hope the trend, see, this thing doesn't have enough data. I showed this to my friends and they were fucking dicks about it. Like, they were like having a good laugh about how the prediction is, it could go up or it could go down. Ha ha ha. It's so dumb. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, this thing doesn't have enough data to know what's going on. So the prediction is up or down. It can't do anything else than that. It doesn't know what's gonna happen because I haven't given it insulin data yet. I need to set that up. So it either goes up or down, and that's all the prediction can do. It'll be more functional once it knows insulin data, but it doesn't. It just has glucose level. You can only do so much with that. No carb data, nothing. Nothing. Okay. This is over here. I guess I gotta swing over the entire pedal box. Your friends sound fun. They get kind of frustrating sometimes. Second order Newton's divide difference method. Is that what that is? I don't know what filters. You'd have to get into the software, I don't know what fit type of control system they're applying to that. There are a lot of factors that can go into the control systems for this thing, but once you start actually getting like good control systems involved, then you get the auto pancreas system, which is what we're aiming for. We're gonna work towards that. Maybe we'll work on it on Thursday or something, or maybe I'll work on it on my own. Wednesday, I have to go through all the boxes of shit that are in the garage. I have all my stuff back from the storage space, and I gotta go through it. So we'll have the optics table down here and stuff like that eventually. I have my big lasers, which I don't know what to do with. I need to do something with those big lasers because I don't really need them anymore. Foundation for turning data into curves. Okay. Poly nom yell. Yeah. Let's get the pedals up. Up. Right over there. Scooch that forward a little bit. Swing that thing over here. Bunch of bullshit everywhere. I gotta clean up in here. I just haven't had time. The time or the inclination. You're a polynomial. Can't believe you've said something like that to me. This has just been attached to my desk chair over the past couple days. I haven't unattached it. How big of a laser? It's actually the power scaling on the lasers is weird because it's an old laser, but the beam is more consistent and it's cooler. Not as in temperature because it actually is. It's very warm, this laser, but and I don't think we're gonna get it running because I don't have the cooling for it. I don't have. Well, might be able to hook it up to that one fan that I have. That might do. It is a Krypton Argon blue-green. No. Yeah, Krypton Argon blue-green laser. If you shatter the glass in it, you have to specially dispose of the pieces in order to not cause chemical issues. It's kind of crazy. But it was from a giant copier, I guess. And this company called MI Lasers had it. They have a lot of... MI Lasers might still be around. I'm not really sure. They were one of those old, like, you know, the scrappy places to get laser equipment back before lasers were more ubiquitous. So I got this blue-green helium neon laser. It's awesome. But it's only, it only goes up to like a couple hundred milliwatts. But it's this whole ordeal where you've got helium neon and a, like, you know, a fluorescing laser and all this other crap. It's crazy. Now you can get DLP laser diodes for like $1 that blow this thing out of the water. But this thing was cool. Because it's a gas laser, it of course has a more consistent and homogeneous beam. It's very cool. It's, you know, you just sit there and you stare at the beam until you see spots. Aquamarine or turquoise. It's blue-green. That's what you call it. It is a bit more of an aquamarine, though. I think the blue component is a little bit... Well, that's not to say... That's before it went into storage, so... It's been in storage for a while now. Who knows what it's like? Who knows what it's like? I don't feel comfortable running it, though. It's too high voltage. It's been sitting for a long time, so there's a certain suite of dangers that are involved in something like that. Where'd all my hex keys go? There. And if I'm, you know, if I'm feeling like fucking sick as hell, I'll, we'll put this off until Thursday. Wednesday, though, I do need to go through the storage stuff so I don't get fucking yelled at. Why is this not seated properly? Because of these? Oh yeah, because of those. Holy shit. How the hell did that get loose? There you go. It might have loosened itself just from, like, use. What's up, Baloo? Blazing stick of dynamite. There's there's some kind of chemical, and it might be asbestos, that somewhere in the tube is as an insulation material. Driving sim stuff's looking good. Only one problem: we did the rally, and I didn't win the rally, because my clutch foot was uncomfortable. I'm a little pissed off about that. I meant to get a better showing. Well, also the fact that we spent the whole beginning of the stream setting this thing up, and I wanted setup to be kind of its own, you know, I wanted that to be resolved. And it took us so long to set up that, you know, of course, the delays and all that stuff. I think I was just tired, and I didn't do well in the rally. I mean to be winning that rally. Not next stream, not next time we play games, but yeah. I know it is. You don't got to tell me about my production. You chat members, you guys know that I'm like, look at what I'm looking at right now. look at what I'm looking at right now. This is how I'm communicating with you guys. This is how I'm communicating with you. I'm reading a monitor that's like 6 feet away from me, and I've got the video monitor up. Like, don't think I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to production. You don't get You don't get as far as I do, kid. Summer heat that you're watching me instead of playing Stray. Yeah, you don't want that graphics card to start heating up the room. Yeah, you people in Europe have got a pretty shit deal right now, huh? You guys are all getting fucking boiled alive because you're not supposed to have to deal with those kinds of temperatures. Of course, around here, it's just like, man, I've been to Texas a couple times, and you basically just go from air conditioning to air conditioning, and you're outside in the sun for like 40 seconds max. And your car is literally an oven when you get back to it. 35C in the shadows, yeah. I mean, like, you know, in the American South, before air conditioning and stuff, houses were specifically built for airflow. In New York City, people would take their beds and just go sleep in the park or out on the fire escapes just to get cool air. Like, it's rough, man. But in Europe, they don't get temperatures like this. They just don't, so they don't have the infrastructure for it. There are 2 water taps in Texas, hot and not so hot. Yeah, I yearn for those winter months when I have that frigid groundwater. I try, like, after doing some of the storage space moving stuff, I came back here and went to take like a cold shower, and it was a warm shower. It was a warm shower. I don't know if, because it's one of those taps where it doesn't trust you to mix hot and cold. I have 1 knob, and I hate it. I'd rather have 2 knobs, but I have 1 knob, and so I think even on the coldest setting, it's taking a little bit of hot water in. Seems like my house is specifically designed to not allow airflow through it. That's what central air did to everybody. A lot of houses back in the day, they would have like a corridor in the middle so that air could flow through. 3C in the winter, yeah. Hit 103 Fahrenheit in my party of London. Jesus. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. I got 114 on the car thermometer the other day. Possibly because of the blacktop doing that. It might have been the blacktop doing that. Hot tubs in Arizona and swimming pools in Arizona, same thing. Arizona is a blight and should not have ever been settled by mankind. I think it's an affront to the natural order of things. 125? Isn't that not survivable? Isn't that like, hey, that's when you die? Like, yeah, I would assume that like a hot, not a hot tub even, just like a pool in Arizona would constantly be steaming as the moisture returns to the earth. Yeah, I've seen people like bake cookies in their trucks and stuff. I mean, those of you in Europe, I'm sure you already know, but man, like, get a towel, wet it down, put it on your head. By all means, keep yourself cool. Like, get cold shower, wet stuff, dip a hat in water and put it on your head. You know, keep that brain cool. Don't fuck around with that kind of stuff. Yeah, actually, now is the season for those of you in Europe. If your car is going to be sitting for a couple days, get some leatherique and go over your seats and let it sit, let it really soak in. Leatherique is awesome, and you've got the temperatures for it. Your leather is going to become extremely porous. I should do a leatherique on my car. It's been sitting, but I don't have leatherique. I need to buy it. I think I'm talking about the right product, right? Leatherique. Yeah, Leatherman. I don't even want to look that up. Yeah, it's like a whole kit. This stuff is awesome. This is a really good product for detailing your leathers. This is the good stuff. Anyway, the instructions for Leatherique are basically you slather down your seat. You clean, obviously, the seats first, and then you slather it down with Leatherique, and then leave your car in the heat. And the heat's gonna open up the pores of the leather and get that moisturizing agent in there. So you let that sit for a couple days, and they're, you know, like a day, I think, like 24 hours. I think maybe 48, I don't know, whatever the instructions say, but you let it sit for a little while, and then you come back and use another like cleaning agent on it in order to get rid of the excess, and then your leather is just buttery smooth. It's a wonderful product. Good stuff. Northern Australia. Ugh. Wouldn't wait, how does that work? How does the equator work? Southern would be, no, it would be northern would be warmer. Towards the equator is warmer. Right. Okay. Yeah, these are my glucose levels, and they're publicly available now. Crazy. I should have branded this to be like BotherBot or something like that. And I can always launch a different app that has a more branded name on it. But for now, this is my glucose levels. You know, viewers can crunch the data all they want, and they can display various you know, sections of data and stuff. Right now, it's just glucose levels. I would like to get, possibly, if it's not going to be too much work, at the tandem pump that I have for the next 2.5 weeks, get that up here so that there's insulin and carb data available as well. Part of what's going on right now, and this graph doesn't display things in kind of the way that I'd like it to. The graph that I'm used to is a fixed top and a bottom. Yeah, no, there's going to be no iteration of Twitch plays Oh Bothers Diabetes, but right now what's going on is all my glucose levels have been high for the past couple days. Now that's not to mention the fact that it's been a weekend, I've been eating out with friends, and I think I'm sick. Overall, my glucose levels are about 20% off kilter. They're all raised. And that's kind of the indicator to me, as well as waking up just sore today, right? All my muscles feel sore. Did a COVID test, negative, but this is telling me I've got a secret as a diabetic. I've got this secret way to tell if I'm sick or not, which is that all my glucose levels are elevated. And so that's been the story over the past couple days. It's been harder to control. So I need to be giving 20% more insulin with everything, which means I'm gonna gain fat. I'm not happy about, because insulin is one of the signaling methods and transport method of glucose to fat in your body. The fact that I've been hyperglycemic for a couple days could also explain why I feel like shit, but I think that's just a symptom. I think I'm sick. I think I have some kind of a thing going on right now, and that could go away in the next couple days. I hope it does, because this has been possibly the worst foot forward that I could put after publicly opening my personal, you guys are looking inside my body right now. Chat is inside of me. It's ridiculous. I'm showing you guys what's under the skin here, and I've not put my best foot forward. A view of when I'm eating a sandwich, you can tell. Like right here is where I had ramen. I had ramen noodles today because we don't have much else for lunch here, which is a little carby. So I'm popping up above where I need to be, and hopefully that's gonna pop down below while we stream. Over here, this was an evening. I hated this. This is why I think I'm sick, is because I had a very hyperglycemic afternoon reaching to about dinner time, and then I said fuck it, and I manually injected insulin, and so I had this incredible downward spiral, and that's when I was like, maybe I have a bad sight. I need to turn off the predictive stuff. Theme, colors, colorblind friendly. I turn that off. I can't use any of the admin stuff because I don't have the key on me. Pump battery low alarm. So apparently the battery data is in here as well. I want the temperature data somewhere on this screen so you guys can see what kind of temperatures I have to deal with in my day-to-day. What temperature is Obother's shoulder? Oh, this is still admin authorized. Whoops. This specific web page on this machine is admin authorized. Yeah, there's no basal information yet. I want to get rid of the predictive stuff. I don't know where that setting is. Weird. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, that's my glucose data, huh? So you guys can do what you want with it. We'll probably do something with it because we know of a little bit of scripting that we can get into this with. I could do a little Python scripting and get glucose levels. So we could probably build something. What university did you attend? Drexel University. Back in the 1870s, I attended Drexel University. We had to calculate stuff on wax tablets. My major wasn't invented yet. I had to just sit there and research stuff that had no meaning. My major was discovered in a tomb a little later. It was unearthed. No, it's 4chan I studied. Yeah, I studied 4chan. It was a strange education. Very strange. A lot of porn. I don't know how to get rid of the predictive thing because it's annoying and distracting. Oh, let me pull this over to the other window. Oh, here we go. This is where I can get rid of it, I think. Target BG, basal rates, carb, insulin, carb ratio, time zone, default, valid from blah, 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 blah. Nope, none of that. None of that was useful. Close that. And then take a look and see, what was the other one? Admin tools. Readable. This is where I can assign roles and stuff. Future records. What? From Mongo? Oh, so am I using Mongo? I don't think I am. Huh. I mean, I followed the setup guide, so it should all be set up properly. There's the report creator. I don't know. I'll have to check in and see if see that I actually did everything correctly in this. Log of treatment. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know how to turn off the prediction. I don't. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Clock viewer configurator? No, thank you. Dots next to hours under the time. Oh. Oh, there we go. Show IR24. Thank you. Okay, so there. That was the setting that would keep my friends from being chuckle fucks when they looked at it. Mongo only pawn in Game of Life. Yes, I need to watch Blazing Saddles again. Yeah, so my past couple days have been rocky. Things have not been great in diabetes land, and I've been bolusing a little bit more, but I haven't been as aggressive as I could have been because it's just food all weekend, and it just kept kicking my glucose levels up. We went to eat at a Chinese place that was like awesome. What they did is they had the Americanized Chinese menu that you can ignore, and then they had their I don't want to call it traditional because I don't think it is. I don't think it's very traditional, but basically what you do is you choose a style, and then you choose what meat you want or what ingredient you want, and then you choose the spice level. And there's a default spice level for all the different styles, but if you want like a hotter level, all the numbers were below 10, but apparently they go up to like 20 or 21 in terms of spice level. So for instance, I had, oh crap, what was it? It was like dry style beef, or you could have like hot sauce style shrimp at a spice level of 10, and it would blow your face off. Like, it was insane. My dish was I think a default 6 or an 8. I'm trying to remember. I think it was a 6, and it had like peppers in it that I was avoiding eating. And then at the very end, my friend and I each took a spoonful. I was using chopsticks, but they were using spoons and forks. We each took a spoonful of the peppers that I had avoided and just took it to the face. It was fun. It was the food was just like incredible. So yeah, I want to find a place that's closer to me because that was all the way out in like Pottstown. So, but I would like to find a place that's closer to me that does that. The non-Americanized Chinese food, because you just choose the style and the protein and the spice level. It was perfect. It was great, and the food was like, the chef is like amazing. I should follow that chef on social media, just in case they find a new job, because there were not a lot of people at that place. It basically, the place looks like it's in a strip mall, and all of the windows have like pieces of paper taped over them. And it just says like best of wherever they are, like just in big letters, like printed out on a regular printer. I have a super high tolerance to spice, so I always get hot. But I can't do that. I have a buddy who I didn't see this weekend, but the one, St. Wiggly, he always, when we go to the places like that, St. Wiggly will always go, listen, I know I'm asking for it to be spicy, and I know I'm an American, so you're not gonna make it spicy. I want you to make it spicy for you, because I can handle it. Please, just do that. And so they'll try to adhere to his spice tolerance. I'm not like that. I mean, I appreciate spice, but there's a point where it's just pain to me, and everybody's point to pain is different. Everybody's got a different level. I now know that a 6 at that place is delicious. Anything above that is going to be harmful. There was in Conshohocken, which is another one of those very complicated Philadelphia named places, kind of like Schuylkill, that nobody can get right. But in Conshohocken, there was a burrito place that we went to that had a wall of hot sauces, right? And beautiful burrito. I think it was probably delicious. It probably had some flavor to it, but we all took hot sauces from the wall. And being me, I didn't do it based on spice level or any of the ratings. They had a piece of paper that was there that gave you a listing of what all the spices were. And look at that. I just looked for like the coolest bottle, and I found one that was in a metal bottle. It was a metal bottle, and it had a dude in a gas mask on the front. I was like, that seems kind of cool. I'll try it. I'll just try a drop of it. Bring it back to the table. Have a big heaping bite already in the burrito. Take the bottle, tip it a little bit. It's called mustard gas. A little drop down in the middle. Not that much of a drop. Take a big old bite, and drop as part of it. Chewing. Everything's going great. Swallow. All right. That didn't seem so pain. Instant and incredible pain. Just pain. That's it. Just pain. Pain. Just pain. That's all. The flavor? Nope. Pain. Pain. It was a mustard sauce, but pain. It was just pure, just nothing, pain. And that didn't go away for a couple, like more than a couple minutes. I think I had to get a glass of milk, which was like the dishonorable thing to do at that place. Yeah, it was just pure pain. And so I look at, what the fuck was this shit? I'm like, tears down my face and everything. What the hell is this? Look at it, mustard gas. Look at their list of sauces, and they have like the super hot, the mild, and the cool ones that they really enjoy. It was like just some guy's like collection of hot sauces on the walls of this burrito place. Great. So he personally knew a lot of these sauces. Then there was a separate category, and that was pain. And this was the number one for pain. Just pain, not flavor, not like, spice. No, just pain. It was just pure pain and pure pain accessories. God. Yeah, horseradish is a different kind. Yeah. I've had, the times where you buy the horseradish from the store, like that day is the day that it's its best. And the problem is with horseradish is that you throw out the old horseradish because it's no longer strong. Because you take like a heaping spoonful and you're just like crunching on it. You're like, all right, there's nothing there. So you throw it out and you buy a new one. You're like, all right, what's this one like? And your brain doesn't scale it. It doesn't understand that this one is going to be a lot more effective than the previous one. So you take a big heaping spoonful of the new one and eat it, and then you die. You instantly die. Wadsy won with a tier 3. That has to be some kind of a mistake. For 3 months, Wadsy won. Thank you so much. We're very distractible today because I'm procrastinating burn the subs. And there's no reason that I'm procrastinating it. It's just how I work. Wadsy, thank you so much. I really, tier 3, I'm beside myself. I cannot believe that. Horses are not food. I would eat horse. I would eat horse if it was properly prepared and all that stuff. I would do it. All this controversy about horse being in meat in Europe. I've eaten guinea pig. I'll eat horse. Anyway, 201. I have an inescapable hyperglycemic. Yeah. Just because I'm sick. Yeah. I don't know if she's around right now. Bah. I'm annoyed. See, this has a physiological effect on it too. Is that I'm crabby because I've been hyperglycemic for a long time. It's not supposed to be like this, and I think it's because I'm sick. I think it's because of illness. But anyway, horseradish, mustard, and wasabi get their spice from a compound called allyl isothiocyanate. Okay, hold on. Isothiocyanate. Oh man, that is a allyl isothiocyanate. Damn, that is a hell of a, that in and of itself, it's like everything about that material is trying to hurt you. Everything, even the name, is trying to damage you in some way, shape, or form. Don't ban me. I'm just lurking, drinking some beers because it's hot. What kind of a message is that? Like, why don't ban me on the front of that? You could just get rid of that, and then your whole message would be, oh, thank you for lurking. Why would I ban you for that? What's your problem? Fucking weird. No, come on. We're not gonna be quite that draconic. It would be funny to ban them, but we're not. I know you like beer. Oh yeah, I love beer. Beer's great. We need to do a little bit of brewing. I still have one of my friends' honey collection. Gunnier, the guy who I played Halo with a long time ago. I've got his honey from Westchester still sitting over there, and she's getting pissed. No, the honey's been there for a while. Ban me. I like beer. What? You guys don't even sub. Why would I even read your messages? All right, anyway. So let's get to work. I know I have a lot of wonderfully distracting stuff to talk about today, which is kind of rare. Usually I run out of stuff to talk about in the pre-stream. I'm also feeling under the weather, so we'll see how long I can actually go. So, you know, we'll figure it out. But I have a couple things that I want to do before we get started. By the way, you guys can open up this website and see my glucose levels. It's not BTS time yet. I have one thing that I want to get to before we get to that. Anyway, so no, stop it. You got it the first time. It's like double timeouts. They'll be back, but their messages will never be seen again, which is why I don't like to do that. Didn't think it took. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, the first thing that I need to do here is I would like to work with the pedals. I have one thing that I need to do, and I've procrastinated it all weekend. I've been a little busy this weekend, and I'm not gonna have time for it tomorrow because I've got all my stuff back from the storage space, which means that we might have some cool, weird, kitschy things to look through, depending on what I find in all those bins. There's some keepsakes. I know there's a wax cylinder recorder. I don't know what that's about. I don't know where that came from. It's just in there, so we'll take a look at that. I hope it didn't melt, because that storage space is a corrugated steel box that's been sitting in the sun for 5-6 years, so who the hell knows. But anywho, yeah, anyway, so if you guys didn't, what we're looking at right now is a Heroku app. I guess Heroku does like a free app deployment kind of thing that you could do. And the Heroku app came from Night Scout, which is this way of having sort of a shared glucose level database that is viewable through this app that I've deployed. So you guys can all go to CGM Databot. I didn't think I'll have to find a better name for that, like a different branding. It'd be like BotherBot of some type, and deploy that. But instead, CGM Databot is what I chose. You guys can go there and look at my glucose level in real time for whatever it's worth. There are ways that you can scrape values off of the bot too. We'll get to that at some point. I would like to get my insulin data in there too, because insulin data will give a broader picture of what's going on. So, oh, pancreas, I don't know, man. Oh, pancreas, oh, pancreas, why do you not function rightly? So, data-wise, I have been trending. Who wants to see that? These guys would fucking... You don't understand how weirdly anti personal information Twitch chat is. How's the botherdoing.com? I don't, you know, my comfort level of sharing this, it's funny to share this, but like I just hope I don't get comments about because diabetes is a fairly personal thing and I just rather deal with it myself. And I guess I'll jump down the throat of anybody who tells me anything about this data. But anyway, so I've been trending hyperglycemic for a little while now, ever since deploying this thing, which is unfortunate because it's not putting my best foot forward. My glucose level control is typically much better than this. I believe that I am sick, and I did a COVID test earlier this afternoon, and it was negative. So it's not COVID, but I woke up and my entire body was sore, like as if I had been working out the previous day. But the previous day, I had not been working out because I had been working out the previous day. So I shouldn't have been sore. I shouldn't have been this level of sore. And maybe I'm not sick and I just, you know, my muscles just decided that they hate me. It's backed up by the fact that my glucose levels are generally 20% out of whack of where they should be. This whole trend should be down by just a little bit. So I believe I have something. I believe something's awry with Oh Bother, but it might be fixing itself. We'll see. We'll just have to see. And so my trend will go back down and you guys will be able to see typical data on here over the next week. I have 3 weeks until I can move to the Omnipod Dash. I'm not sure what insurance is going to say about it. I'm citing a compatibility issue. Omnipod should let me just move to the other system. I mean, Omnipod should give a shit. It's the insurance company that we're worried about. So insurance should just let me move to the other system without any issue, and then I'll be on the Dash system, which means I'll be able to do Android Auto Pancreas as well as flesh out all the data in here. So that we'll have all the data in there, and I could almost eat a meal without having to tell it that I'm eating carbohydrates. It'll probably take a bit for me to tune it and to get used to all the features, and so you know you have to know these systems intimately, like in and out. So that's in the next 3 weeks. So until then, I need to get familiar with stuff. Man, I feel puffy today. I look a little puffy. Anyway, I'm just like evaluating all my health in front of chat here. Welcome to my health stream. Anyway, in the meantime, we got to get our bodies moving so that interstitial fluid can wiggle about, and maybe insulin will have a little bit more of an effect on me. So what I'd like to do is work on the pedals. Now, for anybody who is familiar with the pedal system, this is my way of bringing my own affinity of automotive stuff into the gaming realm, into the gamosphere. So the main goal of this system, what I set out to do, look at the angle that this thing is at because of hitting the brake pedal. What I set out to do is use real car parts in order to realize and create a system by which I could have a control a game. God damn it! What am I saying? It's a controller, right? It's a sim setup. So the sim setup has real clutch pedal, real brake pedal, real gas pedal. Gas pedal is super easy. Gas pedal is just a sealed electronic device. You give it 5 volts, unlike other stuff in the car that you get 12 volts. Weird. You give it 5 volts, and it gives you 2 different voltage levels out. And those voltage levels out just correspond to a gas pedal position. So you can take that whole system as like a safety item, and you can take the 2 lines in to make sure they're both working, or since it's controlling a game and it's not super high priority, you just give it 3 wires, 5 volt ground, and then you get your voltage out of it. And you can just translate that voltage into whatever analog control you want. The brake pedal, we put a bunch of springs on it to make it feel a little bit more like a brake pedal. It's still super duper uber loose, and I kind of need to adjust some of the spring out of it and get the angle right, because over the course of using it, a lot of that 3D print down there is shattered. The piston that I made exploded. Well, maybe we could take a look at that today, because we're going to have to break down a little bit of this so we can work on it. In addition to that, the whole mounting thing, the force into the brake pedal is tweaking this thing to the side. Unfortunately, when BMW built this stuff, they offset the master cylinder piston. It should be pushing against this frame and not this frame. And I made it push against this frame and not this frame. So we need that brake pedal to push against this frame. I'm gonna have to redesign some of the stuff. yeah, redesign, bolster, make it stronger. I think if I get the angle right, it'll be okay. Just get the angle right, and then it'll properly give me a good reading back. And then I'll probably need to figure out, that's going to change the kinematics a little bit, right? So the force is going to be a little different, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see. The clutch pedal's perfect and should change in no way whatsoever. It's totally fine. But the big problem that we ran into was the angle, the angulation of this whole thing was wrong. It's all bad. My foot, okay, so when I first went to deploy this thing, unfortunately it was too tall. And being as such, oh, I gotta move the light so it doesn't get in the way of the arm. It didn't fit under my desk. This thing is sticking well above that bar, and we tuned that bar to be the top. That was, in the previous install, that was the top. And so the distances from my heel to the pedal was great. It was perfect, right? My heel wasn't at too heavy of an angle backwards because it was just, you know, I had it up against that, and that was fine. And this whole thing was taller, so my leg wasn't, you know, when you move it like that and it's at the same angle, you're asking, I can't show this properly. You're asking your foot to be at a greater upward angle to the heel. And so that was hurting. That hurt after a little while. So what I need to do in order to cater for that, because this thing needs to still fit under the desk, so I have to make them a little bit more like truck pedals than sports car pedals, is I need to angle this thing backwards and move it down a little bit. Or maybe leave it in the same position, but when it angles, I have to like get the gas pedal to match that. Oh God, this is gonna be a mess. And so I've been looking at ways to do it. Right angle brackets, I tried to think about doing that, like right angle brackets against that to kind of kick it back a little bit. None of that really seemed to be the right answer. And so what I'm ending up doing is I'm actually using these, which came with different 80-20 parts. That's an 80-20 rail, and it's attached to 20-20 rail. So the mating of these two systems is kind of difficult. So I found a bracket that is a rounded edge on one single attachment point and then two holes at the top. And I don't really need to know if I need the two holes, but what I'm doing is I'm putting it on the ends of that bar, and then it'll bolt to the outside of the post here, and then that can angle it backwards, and then I'll need to brace it with one other piece. So this will bolt in and just naturally do some kind of an angle backwards. Question being if this can, I don't think the two holes can hold back all the forces that I'm going to put into it. So I'm going to need something to bolster it to that top piece. It's almost like I don't need the top piece anymore. I can just angle the whole thing. Oh God, it's so complicated. So there's a couple things that we need to like work on and fix here. So let's break it down. I need to take the circular saw and I need to cut off the end there too, because this is just like a scrap piece. So, oh man, having like a band saw or like a what do you call it? A chop saw is what I need. I need a chop saw. I just don't have it. I haven't had the money or the space at the time, or I haven't thought about buying one. I should have bought a chop saw a long time ago, but I do have the circular saw. It's basically the same thing with a different blade. But it'll cut through this stuff like butter if I let it. So, you know, I'll try to make a nice clean cut because this is just a scrap piece. I need it to match up to the outside edges of that. And on the other side, I actually started this already. And I tapped two holes into that and put the bracket on there. So what we need to do is we need to break down the whole thing right now. I need to get this off of here. So I'm going to sit down on the floor, and I'll sit down on the floor with all my wrenches, and we'll just get this thing out. Wrenches, and then I need to pop the zip ties, and then I need my iced tea because it's 1 billion degrees out today, and I don't want to suffer through. All you in England, man, go get yourself a cold glass of iced tea. All Europe, I should say. All you Europeanies. Yeah, your Europeanie is a little too hot. Ugh. I hate my jokes. I hate them. What's up, Tom B? Let's get to the other side of this without kicking my glass. All right. I think I would be better served if I sit down fully, because if I'm kneeling to do that, well, I'll get knee pads on. Fuck it. I got my 5'11" tactical knee pads. I was looking up knee pads, and these are just like what came up. My tactical knee pads. So I don't fucking destroy my knees doing this stuff. Yeah, chop saw's loud. That's the only problem with it. But, I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta make noise. And I could put it in another section of the basement here. I have an actual vertical bandsaw, but the bandsaw makes a very rough cut. Oh my god, I think I am sick. When I leaned forward, like a bunch of fluid went in my ears. Ugh. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got here. So, there's a bunch of stuff going on here. What I need to do is release a lot of this stuff so that we can actually work on it. Get your fart sounds ready. I don't know how much rolling around this is going to entail. But yeah, we'll work on Burn the Subs in a bit. We need to figure out where we're going with it. Potentially, we're doing 3D modeling so that I can fit the new control board in the older, you know, what we were trying to do before. And so we've got all the 3D models for all that stuff. I just need to put it all together, basically. This is, wow, the whole thing is moved, huh? I need better washers for these. That's what I need. So if that's released, I can unplug the two sensors. The one sensor also had a little bit of trouble in the end of the plug. I had to kind of like push on it. So that's out of the way. So put that up here. It's this one here. Yep, there it is. The ground wire is popping out. Might be able to fix that. Yeah, it looks like we might be able to fix that. I have to be careful that this stuff doesn't flex too much. There's no strain relief on any of that. What's that all the way over there? Huh. All the code and schematic of the steering wheel project. I can share the code for the Arduinos and stuff. Yeah, I'll have to make a GitHub folder. It would be very helpful if you would remind me on Discord when I'm not streaming, because I can do that. I don't have schematics really. I mean, I have some stuff, but yeah. But I can share it, and maybe I can do an MS Paint drawing so that you can see what all the connections are. Because I need to kind of centralize all of my pinouts and stuff on it too. I need to get a document that I will understand like 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the line. Less sparks and don't get the dust everywhere. For what? The bandsaw? I still need a chop saw, because chop saw does stuff much differently than the bandsaw. The bandsaw is a very ugly cut. It's good if you're trying to like reduce wood into nothing. The one that I have anyway. The chop saw makes a nice, beautiful, clean cut, especially in this stuff, in the aluminum extrusions. So I need one. There's no real getting around it. I can use the circular saw, but the circular saw wanders all over the place. I'll try to get a good cut today, but when we cut this bar. But no guarantees. The other thing is we might need to cut this vertical bar that I made. I might need to redesign that and cut it differently, because that vertical bar, that's where a lot of the force goes of this thing. Force ghost. But, all right, so let's see. The whole pedal assembly can now be removed with not this one. That's not the right wrench. I don't like that it's only on 2 bolts. I wonder if maybe I can find a place to drill, to put more angle brackets on this thing, because it attaches in 2 spots. And that's not enough. It attaches to the car in 2 spots, but that's because all the force on this thing is internal. Which maybe if we internalize the forces, then we can get away with attaching it only in 2 spots. Maybe that's the route that we go. Why? Just why? Okay, get that right there. I'm on camera. Oh my god. Oh bother, face reveal. Who would have expected such things? Right? This thing out of here. Jeez, it's a mess. Yeah, this piece is exploded. We'll take a look at that in a minute. Let me get this up on the bench for now. This is an expensive load cell. I kind of want to preserve it, you know? It should be a little nicer to my load cell. But this should probably not attach to this rail. This should not attach to this rail. This should attach to the pedal box. Yeah, look at that. Look at that big crack in it. A big crack right in the top. We'll look at that in a minute. All right, let's see. So this bar in the back. Oh, did this thing just fall out? Oh, that wasn't doing anything. I guess it was sort of keeping it from flying forward. I guess. I think just in the course of using this thing, the whole mechanical structure was just loosening itself. So we'll break it down. I'll cut it, and then we'll figure out how to put it at an angle. One back there. Yes, there is. Yes, sir, there is. I'm wondering if I can angle like the whole hookup, you know? Because it doesn't need to be straight up and down. These bars here. Maybe I'll keep the straight up and down bars. It'd be good if I put the bars at the top height of everything so that I had enough. It caught me. So I have enough workspace. All right, let go. Give me this back. All right, it's fighting me. Give me. Fine. Go up. Go up. Go up. Pull up. Go. Oh, it's getting stuck all the way. Okay. All right. All right. All right. See how it is. There we go. Here's one. There we go. Okay. These little cleats. That's everything I need. So yeah, I mean, this thing was built out of scraps. That's why this beam does not resemble this beam. I mean, most of the braking force is over here, so I guess it's good that it's got like the long bolster. I have some spare parts actually from the keyboard shelf that we could actually incorporate into this if we need to. I think I'd like to get a big bar here so that I've got, you know, something there. Maybe I have something to... Do I rest my foot to the right of the gas pedal when I'm driving? No, there's no footrest there. There's a footrest over there. It's by the clutch. I sometimes use that too. Well, anyway, let me get some of the spare parts over and see if we can't find a beam for this. Hop, hop, hop. I gotta go. So just right behind me here. And these are covered in dust because they've been a keyboard tray for a long time. What do we got here? Let's see. I need a span similar to this size, which would be, this is getting close. This one's too long. This one's too short. Too short, too short. Yeah. Gotta be this one. Let's get that out of there. Open the doors, get them out of there. This was what used to hold up my computer, but my computer's getting it got a little chunky. So I can't use this anymore. This one I used all the internal holders. The ones that go in the rail instead of outside of the rail. And it's covered in dust. Hooray! Delicious dust. Yeah, so burn the subs. I've got the methyl ethyl ketone that we can play with. I was going to maybe try to brush it on with a paintbrush, but from what I understand, that stuff is pretty rough. And so I've got to be careful handling it. So we could do that. We could work on the mechanical mounting. I need to put a DB37 on the side of the control panel so that I can unplug the control panel from everything and work on it. I want to have that capability just as, you know, as somebody who's worked with that system for a long time. It's nice to have. Let's release these two. You know, that'll help. And then, you know, we got to start wiring it up, making sure we got all the connections that we need, figure out how we're going to power the laser, which isn't that's not that big of a deal because we just need a TTL signal that goes to the laser, and hopefully we can configure it to not turn on when we initially power the system, so I don't have to have a blocker. We got a configure clipper for a laser burner. That's not that bad. That's like busy work. I dislike I dislike the busy work that we're gonna have to get into. Okay, why? Okay, there we go. Oh wait, that's not gonna slide out fully. Damn it! I had to take the whole thing apart. All right, fine, fine. It's covered in dust. Whatever. I just saw a dust mote fly and then just get like I was breathing in, and I couldn't do anything about it. It just flew right into my fucking mouth. It was just this little dust mote flying around, and it just like it just went doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, and that was it. I'm gonna die. All right, get up again. Oh. Get over to the other side. All right, I need to tap the ends of this thing in order to make it work. I need to figure out what I need to tap it with, because it's different from the 80-20 stuff. And this needs to be measured and cut. I don't know. Probably going to be making a meal out of the sim stuff today. We might not actually get to burn the subs. I will alter the title. Sim stuff. Working on sim stuff. BTS Thursday. This is, I'm just assessing the amount of work that this is going to be for an on-stream project, and I'm not seeing myself working on BTS. But I know what we need to do, BTS, so we'll get started on that soon. All right, so what do we got over here? New bar, hoot-ish. Let's get this stuff out of here. And that'll give us a slightly better angle on that stand. I don't know if this would be involved in holding... That's the wrong wrench. The pedals on the seat. There we go. Get that, get this, get the other one. Where's the other one? The appropriate sized wrench. Oh, there it is. Open this up a little bit. I could always do an on-screen display with my glucose levels. Make it look like a cage. Here, wait, hold on. We can do add, and we'll do a website capture. We can just do a window capture. No, not a window capture. Where's that one? Browser. And BG. And then we just need to give it this. Fresh browser, let's see if it becomes active. Read access of your status, fresh crash. Click OK on that. And then, oh, there's already a clear color on it. Oh, wow. Look at that. So without the chart, I could do that. Just put it right there. Do like let's see, add blending mode. No. Blending mode. Subtract. No. I'm playing with blending modes. There we go. Active display, blood glucose level, go. I don't have control over how much blending mode there is. We just did a screen blending mode, and I don't know. I'm gonna leave it. It's super light, but I don't know how to control stuff within the browser, like turning off the predictive stuff. Can you do that on this? Oh, interact. Yeah, there we go. There it is. Perfect. That was easy. All right, anyway, back to what I was doing. Getting distracted. Rightfully so. Chat already left. They left. They're like, you know, I don't need this in my life. So if I'm going to tap it for the size of bolts that I have right here, I'm going to have to drill it because these are too big to just tap. They'll get stuck. Yeah, I need to drill on that. So let me go get my drill. Yeah, exactly. Just up and left. They're gone. They don't care for it. Everybody's watching that cat game because it just came out. Everybody wants to be a kitty today because of the cat game, which is the thing that I just said very loudly near the window. Luckily, it's 1 billion degrees out and nobody's outside. All right, what drill size do I need for these things? I gotta go to the drill size pile. I need like an overhead shop cam. I think this is it. This one right here matches up with the threads. Actually, it looks too big. Looks too big. I need slightly smaller than that. Slightly smaller, so that there's plenty of metal there for the threads to get into. I'm not measuring anything. We're just playing this one by ear. Taking a page out of all the other creators that are better at this than me, who just fly through stuff. The Witness. Ooh. After you play The Witness, you have to play The Looker. The Looker is a wonderful parody on The Witness and its pretension. React Native? No, I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is. I sort of know, I've heard of React, but I don't know any of the other words that you used. All right, drilling and tapping. I hated The Witness. I only watched people play it. I watched Adam play it, and the puzzles annoyed. You think they were too pretentious? Actually, I watched a bunch of different developers, a bunch of different streamers play The Witness. Probably bad that I'm doing this, because if this grips it at all, it's gonna fucking start spinning this thing in my hand. Oh well. Good old aluminum, nice and soft. Mobile app development using JavaScript. Man, I'm gonna be there soon for the Android pancreas system. I'm gonna have to figure out Android developer stuff. I must become everything that I hated, a developer. Okay, now I'm covered in dust. I'm just gonna undust myself in an area that I'm gonna sweep. Chad, I got dust in my knee pads. I can't believe that I'm using knee pads. I can't believe it. It's so annoying. It's just because, you know, I'm not 20 and I gotta get up and down for this project a lot because we're attaching stuff at chair height. Now, problem is I don't even get some of the tutorials with the Witness. Oh, and I got stuck on every part now, I think. You know, you could be talking about app development and it could be the same words. It could be the same words. So I'm attaching a vise to this because I need a little bit more torquey grip. Yeah. It's a live diabetes watch. Don't call it a watch. Weird. But yeah, we've got a live view of my glucose levels from the website that is actually public. As soon as I saw that it was a public website, I was like, I can't not share it. It's protected by an API key, and I put a fairly serious API key on it, so it shouldn't be hackable. Then again, sometimes I overestimate your guys' ability of hacking. Twitch chat, like, in terms of, like, their hacking, it's like you guys can punch my email address into a bunch of bullshit. Like, have me on a KI-CAD mailing list for some fucking reason. Like, that's just not funny. But that's, like, the level that you guys work at. So I shouldn't expect too much from you guys in terms of, like, getting into Night Scout and doing anything weird. But yeah, it's protected by a key, so I think it's good enough. I can probably two-factor it, but I could also just redeploy it. This feels like I am breaking. I think maybe the drill was not large enough. Oh no, here we go. Now it's starting to grip. It was like a couple threads in before it started to even grip, and I kind of checked myself. I'm a little crooked, but it'll correct itself on that. All right, here's where the torque comes in handy. This tap will immediately tap the 80/20 stuff, but I need to drill it for the 20/20 because it's got a smaller screw hole. Probably should be using a smaller tap, but oh well. Cat memes are, man, I don't know about adult. I actually have, you guys have seen it before in my Amazon completey things, adult diapers, because of a family friend who is going through a pretty bad situation, having to take care of a family member of his. So I've been the auto order guy for care supplies, like you know, bathrobes and socks and adult diapers and all that kind of bedridden kind of stuff. So it wasn't up there as a joke. It just was up there on my Amazon thing. Oh my God, this thing is fighting me, and I'm afraid that I'm either hurting the tap or that this is going to come out smooth. I've had that happen before, actually. I'm going to rest my wrists just for a second here. But yeah, this is the real-time data from my glucose monitor. It's coming in through my cell phone, which is sitting right here on the desk, and being published to a Heroku application. Heroku, I think it's a MongoDB that connects to the Heroku app. Uh-oh. If we got a piece of aluminum stuck in the threads, that means it can wipe backwards and erase the threads behind it as I back this out. Maybe what's going on, I don't know. Feels like something's not right. But if you want cat memes, just go to any other gaming stream today. They're all playing the cat game, and I don't blame them. And I don't blame them. Man, that was rough. Whew. Can't do this on the mill because it sticks straight up and down. On the mill, I could put the little tap thing on the back here, and it'll keep this straight up and down, so we don't do anything naughty. There's a kitty in a hoodie. Look at that kitty. Uh-oh. Ooh, that was a bad angle. Those look like good threads. All right. It was a lot more rough than I wanted it to be, but them's good threads. See how far in I can get. Looking good. All right, that's one side. So this is just a bolster for the vertical spances so that we can have something that'll hold on. I'm not going to use the vertical pieces as a mount for this bar, because then they're sitting out in front of everything, and then the pedals would sit out in front of that. That would bring the whole system sort of the wrong distance. Instead, we're going to try to angle that bar backwards, and then we can move it up and down instead of having it on. I mean, I guess doing the triangle thing, but that pushes the pedals further towards me, which I don't want. It's because it's at the maximum distance, and that's pretty much where it should be for me driving the car. My fucking 8-foot-tall friends are gonna have trouble driving the car on my system, but I don't care. I don't care about them. This is a very bad cut. This is a very bad angular cut. I could run it on a file a little bit and try to flatten it out, or I could just tap it. Now it needs a little bit of a file. It needs to be sort of flattened out. Flatten it out. All right, which end is which? Oh God, the cut is like, it's like that. It's like a weird. All right. You guys are just posting cats. Welcome to the internet, I guess. I've come to the internet for the express and sole purpose of never seeing a cat ever again. I hate cats. Oh my God, the internet, no. So riddle me this, does the cat game open up a little bit more? Like, because from what I was seeing, the first 5 minutes of the game, it looked very linear. It looked like a PlayStation kind of linearity thing going on, where you have all of your ooh-ah visuals, but you don't have a lot of agency over what's happening. I don't know if this is doing much. I'm trying to flatten it over to that corner. Another reason that I'm pivoting over to doing this is because it's a little bit more physically active than what we would be doing if we were working on Burn the Subs. And you can see my glucose levels have not been very kind to me lately. So I think a little bit of physical activity is going to get the juices flowing, so to speak. Get those interstitial fluids sloshing around. Maybe transport a little bit of insulin into my bloodstream for once. I generally shoot for the range of between 80 and 180. So we're close to being okay, but the ramen noodles are still metabolizing in my stomach. And they're ramen noodles, so they're mostly carbohydrates. There's Mama Noodles is the brand. They're really good. They make a spicy nood. Going back and forth on files doesn't matter. Yeah, it's still kind of crooked, but I've flattened it a little bit. And there's still a little bit to go. I don't think I need to go that much further. I'm just going to soften up the edges a little bit here. No, they're pretty soft already. Just so that when I mount a corner cube to it, it doesn't look ridiculous. Need to wait for this country to stop being the surface of the sun to play it. Man, I feel for you guys. Listen, everybody who comes, it always happens, right? I go online, my stream goes live, and I go, man, it's like 85 degrees in here. It sucks. And everybody goes, oh yeah? Well, I was born on the surface of the sun, in the core of the sun. I have to walk to the core of the sun today in order to do my job. You don't know what heat is. I was born and molded in it. And then I come into stream and I start the stream and I go, man, it's freezing out today. And they're like, you know what? I was born in solid ice. I was born in liquid hydrogen. You don't know cold. But it's all relative. There's a certain, the humidity factor and stuff like that. So right now, the thing about the internet, the thing that they're fucking all up in arms with, and it's nice for once to see England, the Brits and the Euros being the subject of this instead of it being like, the metric system here. Oh, hon, you guys use stupid, outdated, blah, blah, blah. Whatever, shut the fuck up. All right, so the same thing applies now, and now I'm seeing it on the other end, where people in Europe are complaining about how hot it is. But the thing is, they're not ready for that kind of heat. They don't have the infrastructure. They're not built for that because they just generally don't have to deal with it. They're going to have to deal with it now, unfortunately. That's just one of the sick realities of a dying planet that we fucking have to deal with now. But anyway, I digress. Yeah, they got to deal with that now, and it sucks. And I feel for you guys. But they're going online, and they're going, oh my God, this is horrible. And they're not getting credit for it actually being horrible. People are going, oh, well, I was born on the surface of the... Have you ever been to Arizona? And it's like, motherfucker, that's like another distance of my entire country towards the equator. Like, we just don't, they've got the humidity element and they've got the heat element. And then all their buildings are designed like fucking igloo coolers to keep, they live in thermoses of stone. So all the heat is just hanging out. And they don't have proper air. They don't even have screens on the windows for bugs. Live in primitive. So yeah, I feel for you guys. I do. I really do. And it sucks. Actually, hot regions would be death. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. There's some places, man. You go down south, you wonder why they put so much sugar in their iced tea. It's like they have to have a super solution of sugar in the iced tea because They need something positive in their life filled with 100-degree heat at absolute maximum humidity. Just let them have something nice, you know? Yeah, man, I feel for you guys. It sucks. Hopefully the majority of you guys have ACs that you can somehow exploit and just worry about the power bill later. Common strategies, though, if you really need them. I think I already drilled that out, but apparently not. Put a hat in some water. Put a hat in some water and wear it. Wet a towel and wear it and sit in a fan. You want air movement and you want water because you want to actually get it to, you want to get it to evaporate. I mean, just a power bill on its own. I don't know if you're paying for a whole warehouse or what. I don't know what that, how to contextualize it. Got an AC here and a solar panels to run it for free. Oh, that's nice. It's only barely handling the temperature. That's not nice. Go spritz your solar panels with some water. Apparently that's a thing. Room temp has been creeping up during the day. Yeah, staying active during the day. Unfortunately, everything's closed in the evenings, but you guys shouldn't be doing much in this kind of heat. Get your shopping done if you can at night. Give everything a chance to kind of cool down after the day. What we do at Burning Man, where you have inescapable heat, luckily it's an acrid sort of playa heat, is, I mean, with dry heat, at least you're able to use a mister to cool yourself down. Even in horrible Florida humid heat, the mister helps a little bit. But at Burning Man, you would just do like one spritz and it would be freezing. If you have a basement, live there. Yeah, I've been underground. I'm underground, chat. I've got the ground table cooling me right now. I have the window open to let hot air in, actually, because I'm near the air handler, and that's, like, freezing cold. Swamp coolers do not work where it's humid. That's the only problem. That's the only problem with that. Swamp coolers are wonderful in drier areas, but the other part about the other surviving strategy of Burning Man is to don't do stuff during the day. During the day, you kind of wander around, you look at other people's camps and stuff, or sleep. And when you're drinking all that water, make sure you're getting some salt. You can get Pedialyte powder. If you're fancy, you can straight up just salt your water. Seen people do that. They're animals. Or pickle juice. Pickle juice is wonderful. No holds barred. You do not want, if you start having the symptoms of a fever, general cloudy thought, and you've stopped sweating, you need electrolytes. Fast. Like fast. And then check on your older neighbors. Check on your elderly. Do it a lot. Make sure they're okay. That's how you survive the heat, man. Okay, this isn't, this is gripping very weird. All right, I'm going to send it. I'm going to try it, but this one might ruin the threads. It's, I've left too much for the tap to remove. That's the problem. The front part of the tap is cutting too much. And so I think what's happening is it's not cutting in fast enough. And so the thread making parts, the very fragile initial stages of making the threads, aren't moving down fast enough. So they'll just make an Archimedes screw and smooth bore the whole thing. They're starting to bite in now, though, which might make it so that the front piece can remove aluminum fast enough and we don't have kind of the Archimedes screw effect going on the edges. But this is all just the drill was too small. I probably could have used that larger drill and just gone with slightly fewer threads on this thing. Luckily, the heat wave is dry heat. Oh, good. Well, for now, yeah. Tomorrow's going to be humid. Ugh. Ugh. Blah. Blah. Back and forward. Just kind of release the chips every now and then. Release the chips. Oh, this is not going well. It feels, so when it feels like you are moving a significant amount of material, like there's a lot of force against what you're doing, it feels very muddy going in, and then it feels very muddy coming out. There's something wrong. I think we'll get clean taps, just because the brand of tap that I use is so hardcore that it's hard to fail with them. These are like really nice taps made by Greenfield. No, yeah, Greenfield. Greenfield taps, they're very, very good. I only got them by accident because they were part of that machine shop stuff that we got from a closing machine shop, but they're very good. And so I will be buying Greenfield taps pretty much for the rest of my life. But oh god, I can only I can only push my luck so far with these things. I'm gonna back out a little bit more. Maybe that'll open us up a little bit. Yeah, that did. Okay. Make sure to be kind to my threads because they're gonna be doing a lot of work. Yeah, that did it. That did it. I'm also not using oil. That's a bad thing. I should have used oil. Makes the cuts go much more smoothly. I didn't know I'd be pushing my luck so much. There, now we got enough threads that this thing here, I need to use the table because my wrists are starting to feel it a little bit here. You guys can see that this is a difficult tapping that I'm doing right now. I could have prevented all of this by just doing things properly, but here I am. Torque mode. This is where you break a tap. If it's hurting like this, if it's kind of struggling like this, this is where your tap snaps by accident. Luckily, this is a large enough thread size that I think the tap's going to hold up, but this amount of force means something bad is going to happen. Lose your friend in all kinds of situations. It's true. It's true. My friend hated his Ford Explorer, and I was talking to him about it. He's like, yeah, I don't like this car. That's why I don't put oil in it. And I'm like, what? Wait, huh? Transmission fell off of the thing and exploded. He had a car fire on a beach. He hated that car. Car came with oil. All right, here's the gentle part. Very careful. Don't want to remove those initial threads. The taper on the tap and everything, that's all very important. Wow. All the coating is off of this thing. Yeah, that I think I bit a little too hard into that. All right. Lots of threads in there. Or lots of ooh, uh-oh. Nope. Oh no, it looks like there are some threads, but man, they do not look good. And this will hold eventually, but holy shit. Yeah, that's not a good scene. What I just saw would change the hearts of men. Mankind was not meant to look at threads that look like that. That was terrible. Yeah, next time I gotta choose a different screw. Bench vices are helpful in tapping. Well, I shouldn't have been fighting it that hard during the whole thing. If I found a slightly larger drill bit, this would have been very smooth. Generally, those Greenfield taps go in and out like butter, especially at these sizes. You know, I don't need to incorporate a bench vise in it. I should just be able to boop, 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 get it in and out with a little bit of resistance, but not much. This is a tragedy. Machinists skip in the VOD an hour ahead. Yeah, the threads stared back. The abyssal threads. All right, so what do we got? We got a new crossbeam going in. I would like to get, I have corner cubes. I'm gonna put a corner cube on each part of this just because it looks a little nicer than having like the right angle bracket over there. I want a corner cube on the end of it. So I bought extra corner cubes. I can't seem to buy enough of these things. That's these. I should be tried at The Hague. Now these have countersunk screws that I probably should be using, huh? They're different threads though. They're entirely different threads. These would be useful elsewhere. Oh well. Yeah, these are meant to have countersunk screws on them so they don't interfere with each other, but whatever, these work. God damn it, that's a drop. Get that thing in there. The one thing this project lacks, because it is a scrap project, mostly the steering wheel, except for some areas, the steering wheel has been a means by which for me to use some of my extra stuff and sort of put it to use. All the stuff that I've been collecting for like Burn the Subs 3 and various other projects. I mean, this has gotten sort of a combination, but it still is very much rooted in what kind of stuff do I have? What can I use up? So as soon as I decommissioned this shelf, suddenly I got a bunch more of these parts that will allow me to create this setup a little bit more tightly. What the hell? Yeah, this one's all kinds of jank. Wow. That's not a great cut. That's going to put it at a little bit of a weird angle, huh? I could try to file this one again. Or no, this is not the one that I filed. This is a different one. See, that's the problem with the chop saw. With a chop saw, it's just bop, and then you've got a perfect edge, right? You just ba-ba, and then you've got a perfectly square edge because you've butt this thing up against that whole setup. Ba-bam! With the circular saw, I'm like, mirror, and then it's got like a rounded, like oblong, weird edge. Or I use the mill, and then it's like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it takes like an hour and a half for me to get a nice chop on this thing. So I've been using the circular saw to cut these, but again, the circular saw, you're just like, and then it makes like a tilted oblong half, like a semicircle cut. I'm full of frustration, chat. You can tell by my glucose levels. Actually, oh, they're looking okay right now. Wait, it didn't get reception. Why are we missing data? Where's my data? Actually, I think it starts it starts here, so we're missing just one little. That thing will get more data in the future. I'll look through, if I have time tomorrow, I'll look through some of the tandem program and see if I can't get that running so we have more data. And I can get used to, I could even start looping with the tandem pump maybe. I'm so pissed off at the new insulate stuff. I'm not pissed off at it. I love it. And I wish I could continue on it. And I wish I could start on it. But insulate, for some fucking reason, is not compatible with Android 12. Tandem is. Why can't you be more like Tandem? So what I have to do, instead of using their wonderful new system, which I got approved for and paid for and all that stuff, I got to drop down to the other system. Because the difference between the two, I'm talking about insulin pumps, the difference between the pods that I have versus the pods that I want is that the pods that I have are designed so that the glucose sensor, that's actually, no, hold on. So you've got the right sentiment, but it's not quite right in this instance because the insulin pump, the pump that I have, the newest and latest and greatest, is designed with a different network topology. And that's because if you leave your phone somewhere, your management won't stop. It'll continue on with complicated instructions from the glucose sensor. Whereas the system that I'm getting requires there to be a phone, an intermediary between the glucose sensor and the pump. So instead, you have 3 devices on the new system. You have 3 devices, and this thing will send data to this, and this will make more complicated decisions even without the phone in the equation, which is great. The old system, from what I understand, and I could be wrong about this, when your phone goes away, this will just get data, and this will continue on with what it was doing before, but it won't make any complicated decisions. That's what I understand of it right now. So the people who are hacking this stuff, that changes everything, because the complicated algorithms that they're putting into the auto pancreas system are not whatever is on that pump. So I think the hacking is going to be a little bit more brutal. It's going to be a slightly different affair. I should have explained this with MS Paint drawings, but anyway, it's going to be a slightly different affair, because they're going to need to load up a profile onto the pump so that it can run with the sensor independently, and when the phone gets back in range, they can all sync up. So it's a little bit more complicated hacking-wise, which is very unfortunate, because it just came out. The whole system just came out. Now, maybe they could simplify it for the time being, and I could still get those supplies, and maybe in the future they could work towards that feature, but it's so new, and it's not even, Europe doesn't even have it yet. That's why they're overheating right now. I don't subscribe to that at all. Why would they be so bad? What's so wrong with that? Just because you've had a non-positive experience with Internet of Things, you know, the Internet of Things is sort of like a wasteland of implementation, whereas we're talking about a medical device. We're not talking about a wasteland of implementation. We're talking about something that has to go through a complicated series of approvals in order to even be considered public. And it's under strict control. So it's not like your, you know, your RGB light bulb. Slightly more complicated and controlled. I'm trying to square this out a little bit. I'm not having a good time. Straight up having a bad time. These were, I don't remember where these are the shelf cuts, and I guess maybe this edge didn't have to be square to work. I don't know, that's the common sentiment, right? All these tech guys going, I don't know about this technology. And I'll tell you what, man, the only advances that I've ever gotten in diabetes care and management have been through technologies that otherwise tech bros go, oh, I don't know about Bluetooth. It's like, maybe you can go off in the woods and build a hot tub out of mud, but I can't. Yeah, it's like a different thing than just like, you're not just adding like feature complexity. It's not like automotive stuff. You're not just like adding an MP3 player to the end of it. You're actually building up a system that's going to function in a certain way. And the complexity is adding adaptability to it. I think I just ruined it a little bit. I think it's still completely crooked. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. What am I doing? It's like a little bit more solid, but it definitely needs to be worked down on this far edge. Yeah. Yeah, like, I mean, oh no. Measuring glucose levels is so complicated. I should go back to using litmus paper and finger sticks. And from the standpoint of the user, complexity, it hasn't been significantly more complex. It's just the same thing. You're just telling your phone what management options you want. Now I am complicating it by adding the auto pancreas system, but I'm excited about that because what's his name in chat was just like, I'm having a Baja blast right now and I don't even need to do anything. He showed the screenshots of his system compensating for the carbohydrates. Look at, oh, it's terrible. You guys ready for some light gaps? Look at this, look. Oh no. Oh, it's disgusting. I mean, it'll still work as a crossbeam, but I just don't understand why, you know? It's like oh, you guys are having a parade, huh? well, I'm sure you guys will have fun, but it's gonna be a hot day. It's like, okay, you know? Thanks. I don't know. I'm getting into a lot of stuff that I don't understand, like creating apps for Android, and that's gonna be fun. That's where the fun is. This is where the fun begins. All right, let's get this other crossbeam up. Let's see what we can do here. And that'll bolster the other side of this thing well. There wasn't any particular need. It's just I remember that I have the parts. And actually, a lot of the parts from that shelf I might be able to use as well. Oh, it's the wrong one. I need a slightly different wrench. Where is my wrench? There it is. Well, whatever. It's whatever. It's just like, you know, I'm really excited about this. I think it's going to be a huge improvement to my life. And I think that other system that the pump does, where it creates more or less of a mesh network with your different devices on your body, is extremely good, because that means, because Bluetooth Low Energy has trouble going from one side of the body to the other. And so if you can make that a little bit more of a network of data, I'm all for that. That's great. And if you're so reticent about mesh data that you don't trust it, I don't know, look around you. Like, it's everywhere. It's a well understood thing. So I don't know. I don't share these opinions, but there's always that little poo-poo thing going on. Like you guys want to be in a Stone Age or something. Okay, that one's all the way down there. I don't know about this. It could improve your life. That seems wrong. Let's get this thing down here. Where did that go? I need that part that fell. There it is. We're doing a little bit of stuff with the sim setup, so I changed the title. I want to do more burn the subs. We will do more burn the subs. This is just kind of a pressing matter, and I wanted chat here to live the sim life with me a little bit. I wanted to make sure that you guys sort of saw some of the work that goes into some of this stuff. I think that's a good thing, just to show a little bit of the things that I'm doing to kind of keep this system running. And then I want to do something like, I don't know, maybe what is the spin tires, the winter thingy. We could do a little bit of that on Saturday, maybe. I don't know. Oh, look at that. We've got almost a uniform length on these things. This one's a little bit longer than the other one. So I guess I can finally do that thing where I rest my foot against the side of the side of the car. Oh, I put it so that the small hole was up. That's going to bother me. Yeah, there you go. So now I got two beams like this. I'll have to fit my foot in there. That should be good though. The gas pedal was easy enough for me to alter that all I had to do was just print out a different plate for it. It's not as adjustable as I'd like it to be, but what is burn the subs? Yeah, there you go. That's what it is. That's what it is. Oh man, those spicy noodles are. I can feel them. Mama noodles are awesome though. They're very good. Okay, so that's that. That's a little bit of bolstering there. Now I can't really put the pedals on this because then they'll stick up and like towards me, towards the user. You guys need a better angle, but I can't reach you. Okay. Back. I don't have anybody else who's looking to play SnowRunner right now, so I'd probably just do it on my own. But I think, yeah, SnowRunner, if they've got all the feedback stuff that I need, that would be a good one to do. I was thinking about that because I've been wanting to play that. I don't know who I'm supporting by buying it from, like what developer I'm supporting, but I'll have to look at that. It looks like none of this stuff shattered. I think it was just the angle that the brake pedal was at. But if I can make something that goes in that big open circle and holds the load cell with the spring, we'll have to take a look at this. All right. But I need this, so I need the forces to be internal to the brake pedal. Can I finish this week? Is this something that I'll be able to whip up quickly? I think so. I think I can do that because I just need a radius on that circle, and then I can print up something that sits in there. I want those forces to only be inside. See, the problem is if I could put like a metal beam across that, that would be a lot better. How can I do that? Because I need something that's not gonna break like the PETG broke. PETG broke my heart. I need it to not break my heart. Okay. Thinking. So what do we do now? Well, I need this to be alterable. So let me get the right angles off of this thing. Get all these fasteners out of here so we can cut it down to size. Because what I'm thinking, still fasteners in here. Hold on. Go. Okay. So I've got these things, and so they've got a pivot down here, so I can angle this backwards. But if I do that, the forces are still going to be weird. So I need to figure out how I'm going to support the top to everything too. Because I can have this move up and down, and then I can angle further back than this, although this might be enough of an angle already. I don't know if that's a great idea, though. If I have it... How can I do this? Think. The alternative is to put it... No, inside edge doesn't work. Have it, like, off of this. It's like a flat foot. No. That's dumb. Cut those to length so that I get the right angle out of them. And then sit this thing up here. Might be the better way to do it, to be honest. But that pushes it so far forward, though. That's the only problem with that. I don't want it to be pushed forward. It's going to be in a bad space for me to reach. Carbon reinforced nylon filament. I don't have any of that stuff. I have ABS that Wexo sent in, and I need to work with that on something. I don't know what yet, but that's more of an answer looking for a question. Because, like, I can move that, like, there. I don't know exactly where it needs to be. I gotta take a pee-pee break because of my glucose levels. Give me, like, 1 sec. I'll just put up I'll put up some stuff, and then we'll be right back. Thanks for sticking with me for this stuff. Let's do... Shut up. We'll do a burb. No, wait, not setup. No. Overlays. I'll give you guys a BRB. We'll do one of these. Oh God, it's like there's chips under the mouse. Oh, it feels terrible.
Lost track of time.
Just paste. No, grab the wrong thing. God damn it. All right, I'll be right back. my god, moving around like this is probably not going to be great. Free mocap, how you doing? Thanks for the raid of 5 people. 5 souls. I'm making iced tea out of tap water right now. Here, we'll get the music down here. I just got back from a potty break. Now I'm making more powdered iced tea. Well, it's powdered half and half. The music that I'm using is from a friend of mine in Philly. Groovy something subbing. Oh my god. Groovy. Groovy rating with a party of 43 months. Thank you for subbing for 43 months. Holy shit. Oh my god. Skeletons. How's it going, free mocap? So you might be interested in some stuff that I was doing like almost a year ago now. We were trying to scan the steering wheel for this Mercedes steering wheel that I have so that we could make an airbag cover, because the airbag covers are $300 fucking for that thing. $300. I'm not paying that. I can barely afford an iced tea spoon, okay, to mix my iced tea. Please pity me. Anyway, so we were gonna do some scanning, some 3D scanning of solids to try to get them into CAD so that we could make a steering. I'm all the way over here because my pedals are in the way. But anyway, so we were trying to do a 3D scan of the steering wheel so that we could make an airbag cover, and so that it wouldn't look like a big missing thing in the middle of our steering wheel. I ended up putting a BMW steering wheel cover on it. In spite of it being Mercedes, it fit generally. But anyway, so we were using a bunch of different systems, and so free mocap brings up a lot of those memories of what we were trying to use. One of them being the Kinect. And so with the Kinect, we were able to actually make a virtual webcam of the shop with a bunch of little points, and we could tilt the points and have like a different angle of the webcam where the webcam wasn't. So I would be looking at the camera, but the camera's not there. Meshroom we tried. We tried Meshroom. There was a lot of data storage in that. I think my phone was a little bit too rudimentary at the time to give it a try. It's a shiny surface, and it's a big, weird surface, and it was hard to make photogrammetry work properly for us. Although, I feel like revisiting it might be a good idea. I don't know if the Pixel 6 has any additional abilities. Jealous of the iPhone, though, because the iPhone has their wonderful point cloud for face stuff, and that can actually get it three-dimensional data much more easily. But, yeah. I mean, Meshroom is good. Does a lot of really good stuff. I should probably get back to it and try it again. Probably more than a year ago, to be honest. I don't know when that was. Yeah, chalk spray. I have chalk spray. I have chalk spray. Structured IR, the current best. One of the things about the Kinect is that a lot of these people who have gotten into streaming, they go out and they buy like an actual like DSLR, or like a real picture camera. If they have a Kinect, that's a really good webcam. The webcam in the Kinect has a larger lens and a larger capture area, and it gets more light in, so it can do low light very, very well. We looked at some of the images that were coming off of the webcam, and I was like, holy crap, this thing is good. Like, even without all the studio lights on, it was like a beautiful image. It really was like the visuals that I'm giving you right now, but without all of the Logitech tuning that I had to do. New iPhones use a form of LiDAR? Yeah. If you look at a new iPhone under night vision, it lights up like a Christmas tree. There's a lot of infrared running around the iPhone these days. 3DF Zephyr. Okay. Yeah, we're mentioning 3D scanning because free mocap rated. And so it brought up, it burbled up a bunch of memories from when we were doing it. Yeah, it is a shame. I mean, the Kinect could almost operate off of a singular USB-C connection. Almost. It doesn't quite have the amps. I think the newer versions, whatever that company is that spun off and made their own, that one can run on just USB-C. It doesn't need a power adapter with it, which is nice. But yeah, so we got the Kinect working here, and we had a nice little alternative webcam. I should probably dig that up. It's sitting in the back corner of the shop. But unfortunately there aren't any good tools for 3D scanning stuff with it. Yeah, you should have left a while ago. Go. Streaming sucks, and you need personal, like, just to sit and not talk to anybody. You can actually just link the site. I would call that relevant right now. Enterprise Connect is like $500. Yeah, it sucks, man. Because yeah, there are some suites where you can use like a couple connects and you can do mocap for your game on your own. You can just do it. You could get a bunch of your friends together and act out your cutscene that you're going to put in your game, which I love because I love Schadenfreude. I love terrible productions that are awful and they're acted by awful people, and it's like a vanity project. And we'll get more of that if those tools are more accessible. We'll get more Descent 3 style cutscenes if the tools are available for people to do motion capture. Games are much harder to make, unfortunately, than just pointing a camera at your friends that can't act. So it's unfortunate that we can't get as, I guess, what do you call it? Agile productions with games as we do with like bad TV and bad movies, mostly bad movies. Bad games typically exist within the realm of Unity. You can tell a Unity game 10 miles off, and sometimes they're really hilarious and creative and fun. Sometimes they're absolutely terrible and creative and fun, and sometimes they're just terrible. But somewhere in that spectrum, there's a lot of really good stuff, and I think something like better motion capture tools, freer motion capture tools, can lead to that. I hope. I can only hope. We're fully aligned on this point, yeah. I think a lot of people are. Some people don't get it. When we started doing Bad Movie Night, certain of our friends group would suggest things like Speed and like, you know, big movies that were popular that may not have been great, but also they weren't just like garbage. And it's like there's a space where the people making the movies put a lot of heart into it and they failed, and it's great. Game making Unity, you just talk yourself out of a beta key. Good. Good. I don't need your beta key. Anyway, what we're working on right now, for the 5 people that just came in, is we're working on my sim setup. Sim setup. Who got the keys to my? Anyway, Sima. Who got the keys to my sim setup? My sim setup doesn't use keys, actually. I'm kind of sad about that. I would like to have a key start on it, as well as the parking brake working, but that's an animal in and of itself. So we're looking at bookmarked. Looks even be neat for a rough reference to the engine trace of the rigs and keyframes. Interesting. Yeah, I might as well bookmark that one as well, just so I remember it, or so that when I don't remember it, I know to come back to it. It looks pretty cool. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. And actually, one of the cooler ones that I have is the hand tracker that you can put on the VR headset, so you can have like fully articulated digital hands inside of a space. That thing is great, but it's like not as popular as it used to be, I guess, because the Valve decided to put capacitive sensors and force sensors all over that controller. So now you can have hands in game, but your hands are like this. So I don't know. So the native hand tracking is not done as much. Oh, sweet, that's great. That was a good raid then. Hell yeah. Deepest dream is to make a tool that can get picked up by folks in the Nigerian film industry. I love the stuff they make from that community, given an incredibly low budget they're working with. Yes, yeah. And they're having fun with it, and that's the best part. The best part is that they just are having fun, and you watch it and you're like, oh my God, what is this? And you're like, this is fun. That's what this is. I remember fun. Fun. Do you guys remember fun, chat? I somewhat remember fun. Not much, though. Anyway, what we're working on right now is part of my own simulator setup. And the thing about my simulator setup is it started 1.5 million years ago, probably like 10 or 11 years ago. I was playing My Summer Car with a bunch of friends. And when I was done, I ended up playing My Summer Car alone a lot. And I was going, you know, this would be a lot easier to control if I had a steering wheel, because the WASD car controls, A and D, ended up turning the wheel and springing it back at a certain rate. Now you can alter that rate. There are ways you can alter that rate. Well, there are ways. I talk about it as if you need to like get into hacking in order to do that. Now you can just change the settings. You can change the settings, and you can alter the way
A and D turn the wheel. And it helps a lot, but it's much different the way you treat the wheel at low speeds than you treat it at high speeds. And there's some assist stuff that you can turn on and off with that. But for the most part, the best way to control a game of cars is with a steering wheel. So I set off to look for a steering wheel, and I set off and I looked around and I said, well, what can I like buy? What can I buy? Let's look at, you know, the common Logitech steering wheel. $400, I'm not going to buy that. And so I went down the road of actually building a DIY steering wheel that has good force feedback. And so the sim community is rabid, and they've gone through quite a bit, and they're very smart people. And so they have come up with a direct drive, the Open Wheel project. It's a direct drive steering wheel project that uses an industrial servo. All right, $150 later, I have an industrial servo, and I'm looking into this project, and I'm like, it's kind of old. It uses an STM32. Oh, what's this? There's a company that makes a board that controls all this, Granite Devices. Well, that was around the time I started streaming, so I started to have this kind of like project budget that was sort of replenishing as you guys were supporting my stream. So I was able to buy the Granite Devices SimuCube controller and one of the cards that has all the MOSFETs on it. And that was pretty expensive. It was pretty ridiculously expensive. In the background, I've had the steering wheel project in my mind for a long time. It came up to the forefront a couple weeks ago, and we finally finished it, but we're doing a little bit of tuning on it now. So what happened was I got the SimuCube controller, and I needed a wheel, and I had the servo, and I needed a mount, and I needed a wheel. So I ended up buying a bunch more stuff, and I ended up with a Mercedes S-Class wheel. It was originally going to be a BMW wheel, but I decided that I wanted paddles on the back. So the S-Class Mercedes wheel is about $350, I think, or $300? $280. That's right, $280 something for a refurbished Mercedes S-Class steering wheel. We slogged through mounting it to the servo and getting all of that stuff done, and we were left with some way to get button presses off of the steering wheel. Those buttons were multiplexed in a weird way, and it turns out I wasn't able to just put like a simple thing on it in order to get those button presses. It was kind of a little bit complicated. So I decided to let the steering wheel be itself, and we spoke the language that spoke to the steering wheel, something called the LIN bus, L-I-N. The LIN bus is implemented in cars as a way of saving money. CAN bus is extensive, and you need to run a lot of cables through your steering wheel, which is moving back and forth. And so what they decided to do, they came up with a system called LIN bus, 3 wires. It's a 1-wire protocol, 12 volts, ground, signal. The signal is done in such a way that it's a call and then a response. So we call out the address of the steering wheel responds with a bunch of data, including what version number it is, what buttons it has, etc. But also in that packet are 1s and 0s. What are the states of all the buttons on the wheel? So that's all well and good. Reverse engineered that, hooked it up to the Granite Devices SimuCube controller, ran out of buttons. I wasn't able to actually put all of the buttons on the thing. So what I did is I bought their wireless wheel module. We reverse engineered the Bluetooth communications that were going on over the serial port, made our microcontroller fake it, and hook up to that control module so that I now have all the buttons I could ever need, from the 8-speed shifter that I 3D printed, from all the buttons on the steering wheel to any of the other accessories that I add. I will now be able to assign 2 buttons on modules that it thinks are wireless but aren't. So what we're looking at right now are the pedals. Now the pedals we made speak LIN bus. These actually speak that digital protocol, but we came up with our own packet that does all of the all the analog levels on this thing. So I have a microcontroller that sits out here. It pulls the load cell of the brake pedal. It pulls the position of the clutch pedal, and then the gas pedal's down there. And the gas pedal is like as simple as they come. You just give it 5 volts. This is like a direct car part, right? This is a BMW gas pedal. You give it 5 volts and ground, and it'll just spit out a voltage level, like a super duper clean voltage level that represents the position. I wish these guys could do that. But no, they required all this fucking engineering that you see in front of you. I needed to add springs. I needed to put load cell carriers and stuff that have broken. So anyway, all that work, you may find. What am I saying here? We did all this work in order to build this system, right? We built it up to the parameters that I was looking for. The steering wheel clamps to the side of the desk. This thing attaches to my office chair, and I slide that under with the pedals on it. And then I go to implement it like last week before last, and it doesn't slide under the desk. These bars were at the exact height of the desk, and then the stuff that we put on it with the pedals stuck way above that. So I had to do a bunch of work in order to get it to fit under the desk, and what that meant was dropping this attachment to the desk chair, this thing right here. I had to drop it down, which means that the heels of my feet are now in a different position, and the pedals are too tall. It was originally more of a race car where it was up above. Now we're talking like work van now, where it's more of like you're sitting in like an office chair type of angle, which is funny because you're sitting in an office chair. But anyway, it's more of like a work van. And so what we need to do is we need to angle those pedals back a little bit so that my feet don't hurt when I'm driving. And that was one of the main reasons that I didn't do so well on the My Summer Car Rally. And that's why I'm wearing knee pads right now, is because I've been kneeling around this thing, trying to get it right, trying to get an angle on these pedals. So that's what we're working on. It's all real car stuff. These are real car pedals. We just had to make sure that they would fit with the rest of the system. Whew. Anyway, conversation comes and goes around here, doesn't it? I also got this thing working recently, so we have glucose levels on screen. This is not going to be a permanent feature of the stream. I just thought it was cute, because you guys can actually go to that website and see what my glucose levels are doing, which is a little bit too much transparency. I mean, chat can now see in me. It's like the ultimate X-ray view. I know his glucose levels from here. All right. So the way that this thing attaches to that double beam, I think my desk lights are a little dim, is that these two bolts. So these two bolts were the original master cylinder, the brake master cylinder. The brake master cylinder sticks through this whole operation here. Probably made out of metal. I would assume that it's made out of metal. And it's likely that all the force stayed within this pedal block, the pedal cluster. I would like to get it so that I can do that with, it looks like there's two different openings here. I could probably just take advantage of the bottom one, or the top one rather. This big circular radius, it won't be supported here, although I could probably, it's like a skull shape. But if I can make an insert that goes there, the problem is that puts all the force into that insert, and that's going to distort and explode. when the full force of my foot on this pedal is going to blow this thing to fucking smithereens. I don't need the pedal to move much. It doesn't need this range of motion, because we're only, I mean, braking should be relatively immediate. Maybe the spring needs to be almost all the way compressed, and then it can go maybe this far, because that's all I need. I need to be able to rest my foot on the pedal without pressing it in, and then when I press it in, it needs to press in only a little tiny bit, and then it'll feel more like a real car. So that'll mean preload on the spring. I made this whole assembly before that was like a syringe-looking thing, and it blew up. We can see where it blew up if I unscrew this. I put that on the microscope. You guys will be able to see much closer up. The recommendations from a friend of mine who's worked with load cells before was that we shouldn't be shouldering it on the body of this thing. We should put it all that force needs to be on this top shoulder here for where the threads are, which is what I did, but I did it haphazardly, and so that led to explosions. Hold on, where is it? Yeah. Moving the mouse is difficult when I've got so much stuff in the way. That pitcher's full of water. Well, iced tea. But look at what it did. It blew it up. It blowed up. It blowed up my thing that I built. Oh no. So I guess what I need to do is reinvent that. And maybe, I don't know. Well, yeah, get rid of that shoulder right there. And I need to, yeah. No! I need to make sure that shoulder goes in properly. So I need to reinvent this. This will be like maybe just like a flat piece, but I need to make sure that the angle of this assembly isn't too steep. As you can see right here, look at that. More of an air gap at the bottom than the top. This whole thing was pressed in against its threads, and it probably cross-threaded itself to become crooked. Now, we got perfect numbers out of the thing. The force readings were great, but I think what I need to do is figure out the positioning and then make a much larger substrate for the whole thing. So basically, this piece will be there. I don't like the prospects of building a flat piece across this whole thing. I mean, if I make the backing there, then it will be pushing against the rail, and it'll make this loosen, which I don't want. This should just be concerned with holding the thing and having force go this way instead of this way, right? You could take advantage of these holes with the 3D print, but I think the 3D print needs to drop into this area because we'll hold the load cell here and have it screwed directly into this backing. Well, let's start up Fusion. Let's work on this right now. I'll work on the kinematics of the pedals later. As much as I like rolling around on my floor with you guys around, but it would be great if it was made of metal. What's up, Pyro? Yeah, I've got my glucose. Pyro's the one who first was like, "This feels weird." It's like I'm like looking inside. Oh bother, for the glucose level thing. I did a capture of the website. We've been talking about that. Basically, what's happening with that is that the current generation of Omnipods have two. Omnipod being the okay. So let me explain what's going on with this stuff, because we have new people constantly, and I need to re-explain constantly in order to keep chat up with whatever complicated bullshit I'm doing with technology today. So the glucose levels that you see up on screen are coming from a Bluetooth low energy sensor that's on my shoulder. I've got one right there. It's actually been kind of itchy lately, and I haven't been able, like, you get an itch on your shoulder and you go to itch it, and there's this piece of technology in the way. This pizza technology. But anyway, I've got diabetes. I got type 1 diabetes. And so luckily I can afford somewhat of my supplies through generous contributions from you guys, my parents, and Philadelphia. Or Pennsylvania, I should say, Chester County. Anyway, that's how I'm able to stay alive and keep at the level of care and management that I've gotten used to from when I had insurance. Insurance was very expensive. I basically was about to buy a house, and then I had to keep on insurance in order to get keep my coverage and all that stuff, and ended up that bank account dwindled to almost nothing. It's great. I love it. I love it. I love it. Anyway, I've been able to keep a relatively high level of care and management in my diabetic life to make me feel a little bit more like a normal person, and maybe not have them have to, I don't know, scoop out my eyeballs with a melon ball or whatever they do. So I've got a constant glucose monitor. It's from Dexcom. I've had it for many, many years now. Basically, anything you attach to your body in a medical, from a medical standpoint has to be detached at some point, right? You get about 7 days out of the sensor. You get about a month out of the transmitter, which has a battery sealed in it with epoxy. We all wish that we could remove that battery and replace it on our own. You can actually with a file. You can file down the plastic, get to the battery. You can pop it out right. It's very complicated and hard to do. You can replace it. It's just a coin cell, right? They don't want you to replace it. They have a sealed system, and so you're constantly trading out all of this equipment so that it's newer and better and works. That whole assembly clips to a patch on my body that has a little bit of plastic on it and a bimetallic wire that goes beneath the skin. So it's a little Bluetooth low energy device that wakes up every 5 minutes, and it communicates to a base what the glucose level is. Now there's a calibration internal to it that it has. The older ones would just give an X and a Y, and then it would do like a simple quadratic equation in order to figure out like deltas and stuff like that. It did a quadratic equation, y equals mx plus b, in order to calibrate what that glucose level meant in real numbers, right? So that was the old system. The new system, this thing carries the calibration information. It doesn't require me to do blood glucose levels with the finger stick thing anymore. Pretty crazy. But it also speaks Bluetooth low energy, which means it's not encrypted, or at least it's encrypted within the schema of Bluetooth low energy. Bluetooth low energy has a standard to it. And so in that, yeah, it's calibrated from the factory. There's like a code that I put in that tells it what sort of like calibration range it has. Yeah, and then it sits in it sits in the interstitial fluid for 2 hours, figuring out what its specific tuning levels are. But anyway, so that's how that works. Now that it's Bluetooth low energy, it means that we have applications on the phone that will get glucose levels. And so people have taken that and they've run with it, and they've produced apps that aren't the official apps that can do all the functionality that we've always wanted with this equipment. It used to be you had to get a man-in-the-middle device. You had to get something that spoke Bluetooth and 433 megahertz in order to get that level, and then it would translate it and put it into the phone application. But what it means is that, you know, like a parent with a kid with diabetes can know what their kid's glucose levels are, because the kid doesn't know how to manage their own levels. So they can say, hey, you're hyperglycemic, we need to give you some insulin. Or you could say, Timmy's playing soccer and he's out on the field, but man, he's hypoglycemic, we got to get him out of there. The kid doesn't, you know, as a kid with diabetes, kid doesn't know. They might feel weird, but they may not know how to handle the care and management, or may just not even know to speak up about it. And that was something that was kind of weird about me, is that, like, I never spoke up about it. I always kind of handled stuff on my own, which led to a lot of problems. So, you know, it's one of those things. It's one of those things that, like, the health care company doesn't implement. And if they did, it's going to take them years to get all the approvals for. So people just did it, which I love. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to move into that system. And that system has gotten so complicated over the years that it can actually do all of your diabetes care and management kind of for you in the background. I'm kind of interested in that, to see what becomes of that. So in order to implement that new system, I thought I'd do like an overhaul of what I'm doing. My insulin pumps, like official pumps, like this one. This is the T-Slim, which was revolutionary because it actually has a rechargeable battery and not a AA in it. So this T-Slim, like, fucking made huge waves just because it has a rechargeable battery. Like, this is the type of technology, and a touch screen. Oh my God. This is the type of level of technology that we're talking about here. Like, these things that we take for granted in modern day technology is like a godsend for something like an insulin pump that needs to work for 4 years uninterrupted. So my 4 years of uninterrupted use was over, and so I'm looking for a new pump. I thought, well, let's take a look at Omnipod. Omnipod is a slightly different philosophy on how they do. There's one right there. It's right there. That's an Omnipod. It's way in the background. But Omnipod has, the whole pump is this very cheap electronic device. It has a reservoir with a spring-loaded clockwork mechanism to advance a plunger. And that plunger, that clockwork mechanism, is actually set off by memory wire. They heat up a little memory wire and it contracts, and then that clicks over, and the thing will advance a certain fractional number of a unit of insulin. And then it's got a little microcontroller on it, and then it's got batteries. And this system has existed before the constant glucose monitoring stuff came about. You used to have this big, embarrassing looking pager that you would control this thing with wirelessly. So for a time, they had very heavy encryption on the over-the-air stuff. But then what happened is in order to skirt the encryption, at a certain point, an article came out about diabetics, how hackers could get into, like, the over-the-air signaling of diabetics, and it made a bunch of scares. And so the health companies said, well, these guys are hacking insulin pumps. And then there's the article, a hacker can get into your insulin pump. And it's like, what are they going to do? Like, the insulin pump has a maximum amount of insulin that it can inject, and it's not that life-altering. Like, I'm not just going to drop dead. I'll be like, whoa, I feel hypoglycemic. What's going on? Oh, it injected max. Why did it do that? And I'll go get orange juice, right? You're not going to kill anybody by hacking into their insulin pump. That's preposterous. Plus, why? Why? Why would you do it? Why? Who cares? That article sucked. It basically was a front that all of the healthcare companies could then use to heavily encrypt all the over-the-air signals. Oh, but hackers, oh my God, hackers might get in. So there was a struggle for a little while on figuring out how to get all of these over-the-air signals. Luckily, the direction that technology has been going is that we now have these incredibly powerful computers that we keep in our pockets. And Insulet, the company that makes the Omnipod, has sort of keyed into that. Now, some of the other companies, Tandem Diabetes, these guys are mobile enough that they've gotten into that. I don't know what Medtronics is doing. Medtronics is like the slow and steady kind of company. They don't do a lot of this kind of stuff. They've been getting into it a little bit. I think this company is actually looking to buy the Dexcom company, is what I understand. Dexcom has been relatively okay nowadays with this kind of stuff, but like, man, for a while there was no cooperation at all. From what I heard from the last time we were streaming this stuff, there's a little bit now. There's some communication between the people doing the custom applications and the people building the actual hardware. So it's a little bit more transparent, and we can reverse engineer the applications in order to figure out how they're talking to the stuff, because everybody wants everything on their cell phone, which is good. And I want everything on my cell phone. Switch to the weakest link to the user's smartphone to clear themselves from any liabilities related to invasion or external manipulation. You also mentioned stock apps require the phone to be heavily secured. Yes, they do. In order to comply with, I guess, slow-moving... Hey, T-Mister. So in order to comply with sort of the slow-moving political side of things, is that, like, you know, we have a very strong FDA here. We have a very strong sort of, you know, you can't make a product that hurts people kind of thing going on. So with medical applications, that is especially so, and it takes an inordinate amount of time for them to get approvals for things. A new insulin pump technology lags 10 years behind the state of things, right? The state of the art. So there's always talk. There's always forever infinite talk about how things are going to change. They're going to get a more agile technology group for approving applications for medical. Things are going to change. They're going to change any minute now. Any minute now. The cure for diabetes is just over the horizon. Just you wait. It's 2 years, 5 years down the line. It's been 5 years down the line since 1990. So I don't have trust in any of that stuff. Technology moves very slowly. That's the hashtag. That's what a hashtag for some of this stuff is. We will not wait, because it's like, fuck you. Like, you know, we've been shovel fed this pig slop since we got diabetes. Even those of us who are, you know, 26 years with diabetes, it's me, just fucking shovel fed this slop of just 5 years down the line we're gonna cure it, or oh, your pump will be able to manage everything soon once we get approval. No, I'm not waiting for that shit. So what happened was I got the latest and greatest pod, right? So the latest and greatest pod is unfortunately a slightly different system from the other pods. So I wasn't immediately able to use it. But what's going on with, like, the on-screen stuff is that I've started to get into some of these applications. So now that everything's moved to the phone, it's much easier to get something like a glucose level and put it up on a website. So there's been this, I don't know anything about this stuff, but there's like an application front end that you can use in order to host, like, I don't know, like an app on a website. And that's what Heroku, Heroku, there it is, what Heroku app is. So I was able to host something from GitHub called Night Scout. Night Scout is there so that you can have somebody else get warnings, or your doctor can log into this website, right? What? That's a normal glucose level. What are you talking? Yeah. All right. Anyway, I'm not going to take comments about what the glucose levels are. So I made this app. It's CGM Data Bot, and you can just log into it. It's like, you can just do that. Everybody can. There's not really any avenue for hacking it yet. I don't have any insulin data on this yet. So, like, I'm getting there. I'm getting to the point where I can do the Android APS. I need to wait until 3.5 weeks from now, when I will be able to get the appropriate type of pump from Insulet, which is the Omnipod company. The ones that I have right now are a new technology. They're not hacked. And I'm basically citing compatibility issues because I have a new phone, and the new phone doesn't work with this insulin pump. I would use the healthcare company's applications and stuff if I could, but I can't because my phone is too new, which is just annoying. It's just annoying. Bye-bye. Okay, so anyway, they were just trying to get banned. Anyway, so, and you can argue against the ban if you want in Discord, but you're clearly just coming in here trying to start shit. Anyway, so yeah, wonderful, beautiful company. Doesn't allow apps to be on new hardware. Doesn't allow it. So unfortunately, I had to give up. Because I would use the regular system until the people doing the apps and stuff caught up, until they caught up to the new system, because the new system does things a little bit differently. It's more of a cloud system between all your devices, which means that, if I forget my phone in the morning and walk downstairs, I'll still have the same glucose control going on, the same adaptable glucose control going on. It'll still give you insulin. It's not like the device gives up. People are smarter than that. But it won't be able to be, it won't change what it's doing based on the glucose level, because the two devices are independent of one another, is my understanding. That's my understanding of how it's going to work. So this system, not implemented yet, the new pump. So I got to go back to the older pump. So that's what's happening with this. I can hook this up to the pump that I have now, I think, and that'll give it a little bit of insulin data. So there'll be more information on this screen. I may do that in the next week or so, but we'll see, because I got only so much time until the right hardware comes in. Man, that was a lot of explaining. Let's open up AutoCAD. What's it called? Wait, what's the application called again? It's Fusion 360. Jeez, why'd I brain fart that? I'm probably gonna have to fully log in too, because I haven't logged in a while. It's been a little while. We've been working on other stuff. You have a Fusion from OWL 2019? Is that from a game promotion? I think it is. Oh no, I gotta sign in. All right, I gotta move this to the other screen. Move it to the other screen. I don't know why I've gotten a lot more malicious people doing malicious stuff lately. Used to be that my email could flash up on screen and nothing would happen. Now I suddenly get spammed with a bunch of stuff, which includes KiCad spam. So it's clearly one of you assholes. But people didn't used to do that. It just happens. Things happen. Numbers flash up on screen. Google wants you to sign in with Google. But it's I don't know, everybody was cool till recently. Okay. So this is going to have to download an update. What do you mean my other system is... I don't think it's active on my other computer. Let me check. Oh, hell no, it's not. Shut down. Sign out of Fusion selected. Yeah, blah blah blah. Continue. It must have been crashed or something like that. Oh, it's an eSport. Philadelphia Fusion. Oh, wait a minute. I think I knew that. Somewhere in the annals of my brain, somewhere deep within my brain, that information lurked. Philadelphia. Who the hell would live in fucking Pennsylvania anyway? What an asshole. All right. I am from Philadelphia. But I'm out in the burbs right now. Man, this is crawling. Hey, computer. I have a 1080 FTW to put into this thing. I don't think it needs it though. It's just doing its initial loading stuff. But it's, oh boy, it's I think it's because we're downloading. Hey buddy. Don't tell me what's up. 7%. Okay, we gotta wait for this thing before we can start fusioning. Technically, we can use the program while this is going on, but you can see right now that it's just killing everything. Yeah. I'm terribly sorry about this frame rate, since you guys can't keep up with me just sitting here. Really? They're all in South Korea. Oh my god. That's funny. I know the breakneck pace at which we do stuff around here, you guys just can't comprehend whether or not I'm sitting here talking to you with the amount of frame issues that we're having here. But unfortunately, I haven't started up Fusion on this computer in a little while. We're playing things by ear today. Instead of working on diabetes stuff, and instead of working on burn the subs, we're working on my pedals, because it turned out to be a little bit more of a project than I had anticipated. That's how it always happens. That's not to say we will not work on these things in the future, but for now, we're gonna put some effort into the sim setup, so that perhaps we can be done it by Saturday. So I have something to do on Saturday instead of just playing Jedi Knight 2 again. I don't know how you guys would. I mean, the amount of viewers that I get for Saturday gaming streams is pithy, because apparently everybody who watches me is touching grass on Saturday, which I really appreciate them doing. It's good. Saturday is when we kick back and we play some games. When I'm available. You building your own insulin pump? Nah. No, I'm not brave enough for that. People have already done that though, and the what I'm going to implement is called the Android Auto Pancreas System, Android APS. So I'm gonna have to get Android Studio installed on this machine. Maybe I'll do that with you guys. I might do that on my own. I've got about 3 weeks to work on it and get it all figured out. So, bop, bop, bop. Waiting, waiting, waiting. But I was able to get Night Scout working with my stuff and my phone and get it connected. Google Play, what was it? Google Play Protect was the reason why I wasn't connected regularly. How's your rally racing go? I haven't done any since the last stream. I need the pedals to be at a bit more of an angle, and possibly we need to then adjust them within that. So we need to get the pedals at the right angle so that my ankles aren't screaming by the end of the race. And in doing that, I will be more comfortable using the pedals. And when I'm more comfortable using the pedals, I can forget what I'm doing and have an out-of-body experience where I think about potatoes, and then suddenly I go very, very quickly when I race. When I'm not paying attention, I'm my own enemy. If I pay attention to what I'm doing, I'll end up crashing and dying horribly or getting a really bad time on whatever race I'm on. But if I'm comfortable and I'm not thinking very hard about anything, apparently I'm very quick. But what it takes is a detachment. And so in order to take advantage of this property of myself, I need to have my equipment to be in the right spots where I don't have to worry about it. Have I okay, I'm looking for aluminum files in my drink. All right. Are you done yet? Oh no, we still have that. It's the last 2%. That's where 99% of the downloading is, in the last 2%. See how much slower it's suddenly going? Yeah, I've heard stuff about Android Studio. I guess the instructions are pretty clear. Like we're following like a tutorial for all of it. So articulating spline. What was that one image that explained how the loading bar works, where you're looking directly at it, but the loading bar goes way off in the distance and then over and then way back? What the hell happened over there? Computer fan suddenly spiked. 98%. Come on, man. I'm so sick of this frame rate. I can't do anything because everything will look weird and choppy until this thing downloads. VOD users, skip to the next stream. What the hell is that noise? What was I breaking by doing that? Why are you making weird crunchy noises? Weird. I don't know what made that noise. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna virus scan. Oh, come on, man. Look at it. Oh, you fucker. All right. You bastard. On a faster computer that's not also streaming, you know, you can do other stuff, or you can use Fusion while it's updating, but not on this computer. Not on my watch. Waiting. Hopefully the stuff that they put into Fusion now doesn't break it on this machine. I don't think it will. Man, they update this shit a lot. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why my desktop without any of the advanced features needs all these updates. What Fusion Team really needs to be doing is working on the part importing of their circuit board of Eagle, because man, importing circuit board parts and getting them to function properly, I have pushed this software to its limit and back, and I've paid for it. It basically will crash in an incredible way, and then I'll have a file that I can't delete for some reason. It's maddening. Anyway, what we're doing right now is we're working on the pedals. So we are not in a computer project. We are doing, I guess, just out here in defaults, right? Webcam, cars, phone, lav, octopedal, digikey, Norn, burn the stubs. Where the hell is the pedal? Is it admin? I guess it must be admin. Phone cradle, print helper, random graphics, steering wheel stuff. Man, I gotta reorganize this whole thing. No, I don't think this computer has the trusted platform module, and on my other computer, I've disabled the trusted platform module. I'm not gonna let them do that to me. I don't want to let them do that to me. We got a bunch of parts in here from the shifter. These are things that I imported and then turned into Fusion parts. Pretty crazy. Box stuff, pedal mount. This would be the post holder. I'm not sure we need to alter this. We'll see if the one that I've got going is okay. That angle might change, but I think it's more the distance of the pole. That pole is there so that when I slam on the brakes, the whole housing doesn't like distort. So these are an offshoot of the load cell stuff, but I don't know. I guess I'll use the same load cell stuff. So that's the brake adapter up here. The wonderful thing about CAD programs nowadays is everyone and their dog is using one, and everyone and their dog wants to have a direct representation of the part that they're using, and a lot of industrial parts are standardized. So although my load cell is not the venerable Forsen Tech, I actually have, it is this size. It is a direct copy, I guess, of this. So I can use this part in order to put all this together. Now what I probably should do is find a washer that would cover the entire backing of this thing. I mean, that crack was pretty rough. I think maybe if I preload this enough so that it only has like a millimeter of travel and the spring is all compressed and preloaded, then it'll feel more like a brake, and I need this to hit strong but not explode. So yeah, only got a Win 11 on one of my PCs just to get experience with it. For the most part, I've heard people have been totally fine with it, which that's great, but I'm of a generation that skips every other Windows just as a matter of course. I don't suspect they're going to be forcing anybody onto Windows 11. I mean, the cracking of this thing, all that force should probably be more towards the center, right? That's how we want it to be. I mean, that should be how these distances work out. Force towards the center, but all the cracking and separating is from this coming in at an angle and then loading it up from the side. So I don't know. Yeah, lovely piece of software. This it is nice to be able to. Well, I don't know. I've always just known AutoCAD just from this is just how we do stuff. I use AutoCAD. So I need to split this off into parts, I think. Yeah, I think I need the bodies to be their own parts because things have gotten a little out of hand in this drawing. I probably need to start over, at least from the one side of the load cell. We can do that. We'll start up a new document because this thing has like all these old generations of parts in it, and so this drawing is starting to become a little crusty. That happens. Drawings become crusty after a little while. So what I can do is I can take the plunger, Springer. Let's just take these and we'll make them into their own thing, I think. No, not mesh. No. Sorry. Muscle memory. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the inversion of the two screens because we need more room. And here, let me just copy this. I don't want my thumbnail to look like I'm looking at my shoes. So let me go to that. Move this over here. You guys come over here. That's a little better. And we get a little bit more room down here. Look at how cursed the timeline is on this drawing. Absolutely disgusting. There we go. It's right over my face. All my glucose information. Probably should be over the desk. Nah, leave it over my face. It defines me as a person. I'm stuck in this prison of glucose levels. Okay, so back to this. What do we got here? This is my old drawing. There are many like it, but this one is mine. It is absolutely a mess. Just shit everywhere. I'm not... I mean, I do want to keep the spring in this shroud. I need to make sure that we get it at the right angle, though. Because otherwise, it'll explode just like its brother did. And I need to get the distances here right, because I put washers on it in order to space this out, because you don't want all of the weight of the load cell sitting on the shoulder. I don't know if this little notch right here is where the load cell compresses microscopically, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's the pushing in of the ends. So we need to make sure that we put the force on the right thing. But I do want to preserve this piece, oh god, this piece and this piece, because those are perfectly fine. They fit. There's no damage to this piece at all, which I'm shocked about. It's all PETG, but it's been able to handle that amount of force. And I've put my weight into this thing too. Okay. Let me just pull a new drawing here, and then save this as, and we'll call this load cell 2. And first things first, we're going to sketch these things off of the load cell itself. And that means that if we move the load cell somewhere else in the circle, we're going to have some trouble with it, isn't it? I mean, should it be the center of the circle? If we look over at this thing, I gotta do this weird maneuver. There you go. Look over at this thing. By the way, my other calipers failed on me. My long calipers are now throwing an error. I'm so mad. I mean, these things haven't exactly been used for a long time, but they're knockoff Mitutoyos. This is like a PSA about buying knockoff calipers. A Mitutoyo I could put on a shelf for 3 years and come back to, and it'll still work. But this knockoff, for some reason, has just gone completely haywire. It thinks it's in inches, and I can't change it. Just madness. Just broken madness. That saddens me. These were big. My big calipers were important. Yeah, I believe that I've tried changing the battery. I think that was the first thing that I tried. That's literally all you can do is change the battery. Like, what else am I gonna do? You try not changing the battery? It's literally the only part of this thing. And alternatively, I guess I could do like try the data link up over here and just try to hook it up and see if it still functions at all. And really, there's been no mechanical damage to it. It's just been sitting. So there shouldn't be anything wrong with it. I don't know, maybe I'll just leave it unpowered for a while and come back later and put another battery in it just to see if, I don't know. Sometimes microcontrollers just shit the bed, you know? I've had that happen. Happens to all my equipment. Eventually just gives up. All right, let me get my good calipers from the other desk. Good calipers. Oh my god, my body is still fucking sore as hell. Ugh. Sometimes you need to leave the battery out for a while. All right, I'll try. That's what I'll try. There's literally nothing else that you can do but remove and add power to the thing. Right? I mean, I guess you could pull it apart, but I don't know. It shouldn't have suffered from anything. It's like almost a solid state system, you know? Yeah, if the hammer doesn't work, it's an electrical problem. Okay. So there's 2 radii here. I need a big wrench if I'm going to move that. So we'll just try it without moving it. There's 2 radii here, and I don't know which one we should be aiming for. Because this one, and then this chin, it's like a pear. It's a peach. Son of a peach. This is even right here. And the lip starts down and around. And there's one here and one here. But then this stuff, there's stuff right here. The bolt is right here. We've only got so much room for a lip on this thing. And it can only be here and here. That's really weird. I mean, it could be here a little bit, but not really. It's like I have to avoid a square. So that's, I guess, how we'll define where the lip is going to be. And then the rest of it would just fill that area with some kind of a structure. And I could just do support material. That will be pretty strong. Or come up with something. Too bad I don't have the master cylinder. Hold on. Let's see here. I don't know, we'll just do E39 brake master cylinder. How about replacement, but no thanks. Nope, I'm good. No, that's cool. I'm cool. That's okay. That's okay. So it has these like crisscross bolts on it, huh? Like a metal bracket that has a weird crisscross bolt thing going on. I believe it's wait, it's not an E39. It's an E92 is what these pedals are from. It's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same. It looks the same. Everything is exactly the same. It's the same thing. Okay. Oh yeah, of course they want you to buy one from Willwood. Willwood produces the latest and greatest parts for your 1965 Chevrolet. Come on, man. Let's figure out what the part. Here's a better website for it. RealOEM.com. Much better website for this sort of thing. So BMW catalog. We're going with a current, right? E92. I don't know if it's LC1, 2004 to 2008. I forget what year exactly these came from. That's the only problem. I'd have to look at the eBay auction in order to figure it out. But let's just do a 328i, and we'll do 2007. April of 2007. We all remember where we were that day. Sure, yeah, browser parts. So what do we got? We're looking for pedal cluster. The pedal cluster, not seats. Rear axle, no. Radiator, fuel supply, no. Drive shaft, no. Engine and transmission, well, no. Pedals, it's got its own category. How close to what I have is this? Yeah, it's about right. That's kind of what I did right there. Where's the master cylinder, though? You bastards. The clutch cylinder is on that pedal cluster, which is neat. We couldn't take advantage of it, unfortunately. It's like all the right distances and stuff, but it doesn't have the spring back. Technically, I probably could have actually put oil in the system and hooked it up to like a big spring, and then it would have had all the feel of a hydraulics. I don't want oil. I don't want oil spilling all over everything when I try to use this thing. I'm trying to avoid actually putting hydraulic cylinders into this. But I want the shape of the brake master cylinder, which is not in this. Well, actually, it's that. What is that? What is that thing? Oh, that's the air assist. So that's the vacuum assist. So that's what this giant thing connects to, is the vacuum assist. And it looks like it just pushes on like a plunger at the back of the vacuum assist. Yeah, pretty much most systems are vacuum assist. There was a system of a hydraulic assist for Porsche, where I guess they didn't have proper vacuum. So what they did is they had this little what they call the grenade, and this very complicated brake master cylinder that I was going to use in a project car, but it basically had an electric motor that would build up hydraulic pressure, like 5,000 psi, and then when you hit the brake, they would have a reservoir of vacuum pressure. It was like a bobble with a diaphragm, and it had a nitrogen fill on one end. So all that hydraulic pressure would build up. And you have this nitrogen grenade ready to go off. Hit the brakes, it would assist with hydraulic fluid. Yeah. But you need, like, typically in a car, you have a much safer system, which is just to have vacuum pressure on one side of a drum. And then when you press on the brake pedal, it opens a little valve and allows stuff to go through. And then you get an assist on the brakes using vacuum. But I didn't have the option of that. I didn't have the space to put the big drum that it connects to on the other side of the brake pedal. So what I was going to do is use that hydraulic assist. 65 Mustang had no assist. It's scary. Where would it be? Where would it be? Where would it be? Where would it be? Not the electrical system. Bodywork, trim, seats, axle, steering. Radiator, fuel supply. Engine and engine electrical. Maybe it's in the engine section. Not really, though. Where's my vacuum assist? Oh. Nope. Oil filter. Never mind. Water pump. Vacuum pump? What? What the what? They have a vacuum pump on the motor? I didn't know that. How much vacuum does this thing need? Holy shit. I guess they decided not to use engine vacuum or something. That's a little weird, isn't it? How much vacuum are they using? Oh, emissions vacuum pump. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, emissions. You're so weird. Where are they going to put it, though? Man, these categories are all over the place. You just be able to, like, click on the part of the motor. I got shavings under the mouse. It's really annoying. All right, let's see. Pedals, no. Brakes, no. Well, maybe... I don't think the master cylinder... It kind of is part of braking systems, though. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah, so it's got the whole drum, and then it's got a little rod that sticks out from the drum. It's not like I can source that. Number 1, brake servo unit. Get the part number. Copy. Come on, eBay. Oh, God, no, I'm not going to buy that. Nope. $80 bracket. $40 is not so bad. Problem is, then, how would I mount everything else? That's the problem with this. Trust me, I own a BMW. I use this website a lot. Yeah, I live at that website. That's one thing that, like, when I got my car, I was showing people that on stream, and they're like, "Oh my God, you have this for your car?" I'm like, "Yeah, this is one of the reasons that I buy BMWs." That website. You can search, but it's more fun to poke around. It's like a game. It's a puzzle game that you get to play. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy that. I'm not gonna buy a whole master cylinder. I was just wondering if the bracket would be a little bit more usable, but. More than one used car parts search. I made the wrong car choice. See, yeah. I mean, I don't have an E92, though. E92 is, more common now. It's easier to find all this stuff. But I was just looking at what the surface is that this thing mates to, and it turns out it goes all the way through. But, like, boy, my kingdom for this bracket right here. Just that. How in the world? So the master cylinder uses those holes in order to mount, but we're using those holes in order to mount this to the body of the car. I don't know how this thing is supposed to mount to the body of the car then, because that's like the only hole in it. There's like one hole in this thing up top. I guess it slots into the hole in the firewall with with this lip right here, it probably slots into the hole in the firewall. And then there's a screw up here, like one bolt up here, and that's on a slide. So it makes sense, I guess. So this goes up against the firewall, that bolts into the top of the car, and that's it. When you push on the brake pedal, you're pushing against this assembly with the thing, and then that hydraulic pressure comes out of the back of the thing with the vacuum assist. Huh. Well, we're not that system, so we got to come up with something else. So they have a bracket that goes behind it that everything pushes on. I'm talking about putting a 3D print in front of it, and that's where everything pushes on. And then I continue to use these holes in order to mount to the frame rail, in which case all of my pressure on this will go into this, but it won't go into the middle part and pull this way. All that force will go this way, and it'll go up against my support rails there. So I'll push in the pedal, and it'll go that way. So I think that's good. I think it'll be good that we do this. Yeah, I mean, listen, the used BMW scene is one of my favorites, and that sounds like a weird fetishy thing, but it's not. The used BMWs, man. I know the parts are more expensive, but you know, it's like a decent car. It's a decent mass-produced car, and a lot of people buy them. A lot of people sell them. A lot of people crash them, and then all the parts end up on eBay. Sometimes you can get some pretty neat parts for things like that, and that's why the pedals are BMW. That's why the the shifter used to be BMW, but it's not anymore. It's just because my friends had a shifter lying around, you know. Anyway, okay, back to designing this part. So we are going to have, I'm in the wrong scene. I need a button that I can press that'll just do this window rearrangement automatically. Automagically. I can set that up though. There are things that you can use to make OBS or to move around windows on the desktop when you hit a button. Love-hate relationship, yeah. Yeah, you need to learn, and you also need to learn like what your comfort level is with OE versus OEM, which is not something that I thought I would have to evaluate, but OE being original equipment, so the best made parts are OE. OEM, which is an original equipment approved manufacturer, which means they're slightly less quality, slightly less high quality parts, but they have usually a decent price. And then third party parts, which are usually really crap. You have an option between all of those when working on your car. It depends on how long you're going to have the car for. And for me, it's infinitely. So generally, I need to be looking for OE in order to keep the car running properly. And I haven't been able to do that. I haven't had the budget to be able to do that. I moved all of my wheels to this house, and I stupidly put them all within the same vector that I would be moving in, the same plane that I would be moving in. So when I got to a stoplight, they all moved forward, and when I accelerated, they all moved back, and they cracked the ever-loving shit out of the tailgate of my car, the plastic that's on the tailgate of the station wagon. So I could buy another one of those pieces. I actually want to know what this price is going to be. Let's do sticker shock real quick. Let's do a little sticker shock session. I'm being a little bit less militant about the topic of the stream, being a little bit more free with this stuff, just so I don't stress myself out again. Wish your shifter was a 1968 Mustang bullet shifter. Why? Why? There's no point. There's no point. The 3D printed one is actually the best one. It feels very much like a very regular shifter. I just need to make sure that there's a clunk when I move it all the way to the left. That's one of the other things that I would really like to implement, because there was one point during the rally when I shifted in the wrong gear. It's not that cool though. It's not. I don't think that's cool. I think it's good. I think a regular shifter is cooler. All right. So what we're looking up is I want to see how much it would cost for a new tailgate plastic. That's like one of those items that you just can't find. So we're going to classic. Apparently my car is a classic. It is an E30, no, E39 5 Series, E39 Touring 528 from the year 1999. Some parts I'm happy when there's even a third-party part. Yeah, that's the problem. My friends are snobs and they give me a lot of crap for not using OE, and it's like sometimes it's like it doesn't matter. Like, you know, this car is not going to last that long. I'm going to put it into a tree before I get a chance to regret having used the OE. Or sometimes it's just a piece of metal. You know, you're like, what? It's not going to go bad. All right, browse parts. Here we go. Vehicle trim section, my least favorite section of this whole thing. Yeah. How dare I not memorize the last digits of my VIN number? Fuck that. By the way, VIN number is like ATM machine. My vehicle identification VIN number. Trim. Oh, wait, no, it's interior trim. Let's see how much this part is and if I can find it at all. The thing that I broke because I was dumb and I was too dumb. I had bungee cords and everything in there. I tried to put a crate between the tailgate and the tires, but one, like the two on the ends, got by and smashed the shit out of everything. I really should have done, because I had two sets of wheels, I could have just put bungee cords in the middle and they wouldn't have moved at all. Dumb. You know, shit like that happens and you just got to kind of shake your head at it. I have regrets. I have regrets to the tune of, drum roll, I guess that is vehicle trim. No, trim's the outside. Or the interior. Okay, maybe it is the interior. Okay, let's see here. To the degree. I'm looking for this shape. Oh my god, look at all these parts. This car is like 1 billion parts. Why are there so many parts? What are they doing with all these parts? Lower lid trim panel. I think that might be it. By the way, I still have this thing, which is apparently worth like a couple thousand now. Which one is the outside one? That's the toolkit. That one looks like the inside. Maybe this one's the outside? Which one is it? Which one's the one that faces the consumer? Oh, that would be this one then. Part number 1. You've got to be fucking kidding me. If that's $100, I'm buying one tomorrow. That is a lie. That has to be a lie. Copy. I thought it was going to be a $400 panel. Oh, no, that's the wrong. Well, no, I got to get in the right interior color. What is ECS tuning? Yeah. I wonder if I need to like call up the dealership. ECS has very good pictures. They're very expensive though. Good company. You can get a lot of good parts from them, but $580. This is lying. This is a lie. This is a big fat lie. Yeah, FCP is like the best. FCP Euro is like the best. The best. Well, I just paste. You don't have anything? 2000 BMW 528 is base wagon. I don't care. Sure. 4-speed. We should have swapped my motor from my other car into this one. That would have been great. Okay, what am I looking at? Supplies, hardware, steering, merchandise, interior, crocodile, alligator. I don't even know how to narrow this down. Interior, oh, here we go. Let's see, cruise control, door and window, floor mats, body pillar cover. Probably gonna need one cargo cover? No, that's not it. Trunk interior. Oh my god, what is this stuff? Wait, these are just toolies. These are for the top of the car. What the hell? It doesn't have a $256. I don't even think this is the right part. No, this is the wrong part. This isn't even the, this is like the bottom panel. Hold on, we're still getting there. Oh my god, there's so much stuff. I think eBay is probably my best bet, huh? Or just finding a junkyard that has one. None of this, oh, we don't even know if that's trunk trim panel. Could be it. That one's $10 and it just shows a box. Well, I've got a part number. I mean, part number is 514-92-9551. I don't know why it didn't come up on the search, though. Whatever. Either way, we know that it's going to be a couple $100 if I search it there. eBay. Yeah, there's a couple different, because it's, I think, different trim packages. So I think maybe the tan one. Oh, God. Schwarz-Grau, Marienblau, Dunkelgrün, or Sand Beige. That sounds like the one. Sand Beige sounds like the right color. Yes, I would like the cardboard box, please. Sand Beige. There it is. I think what I'll do is I'll pull it off, bring it in here, and we'll try to repair the cracks. Or I could try to find a junkyard, but oh my god, yeah, they know what they've got. That is more than the cost of the fucking tires that were in the car. So fuck that. Yeah, it doesn't sell cheap because it's a big thing. It's big and it doesn't ship very quickly. Boy, oh boy, do I wish those realoem.com parts meant anything. Could you imagine if it was only $100? I would jump at that like in a minute. Oh boy. No, it's a station wagon. It can be a little beat up. That's the stages of car grief. Why can't I center click on your fucking thing? Why aren't you letting me center click? I'm trying to scroll. Yeah, 20 years ago. Inflation is a bitch, huh? $790? $100 used to go about as far as $790, huh? We're working on the pedals, just sort of lazily, but we got into car talk. So, like, yeah, I don't know, man. This price is looking pretty reasonable, huh? What if I put the good, let's see what that price looks like. 955. Yeah, $600, and this is from what? Tacoma, Washington? I wonder if I could ask a dealer what price they would get for this. Yeah, Joe Byron did this, huh? He was like, hey, he called up BMW. He was like, hey, you know the trim panel piece for 2528 XI? They're like, yeah, we know the one. Yeah. You raised the price on that? They're like, yeah, we got it, man. He's like, all right, bye-bye. And they're like, he said bye-bye. I don't know, should we, what? And then they hung up. And that was it. That was the phone call. But all the records got deleted. But I have found it. I've gotten the records because I'm a hacker. Dealers just add another zero to the price. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the dealer can source it from a different catalog better. I don't know. What does this fit? $580 is actually kind of reasonable, but I'm not going to pay it because there's another piece of trim that I would rather get for that price. It's like a $400 piece of trim that goes on the front of the car that keeps water from sliding into my windshield wiper assembly, which has now started to have issues. So this is making me not look forward to working on the Pontiac GC. American car parts are much cheaper. This is the sticker shock of having a BMW in America, is that everything is multiple. Like, the prices are just multiplicative. They're exponential as time goes on. Unfortunately, that's what we get to deal with, and that's why I use OEM or even third-party parts sometimes. There's certain things where, like, if it's common enough, you can find it just about everywhere. It is a very mass-produced car, so I don't have too many qualms about that, but the quality of OE versus OEM and stuff like that, that can become an issue. It's only something car guys really whinge about. This is only $80, but that's like $100 just for a bracket. You know, I'd be putting this on a bandsaw and just slicing it in half in order to get the mounting points, and that's kind of pointless. I'm not going to do that. All right, let's get back to what we were looking at. We were looking at a way to mount some kind of a plastic thing in the middle here. It looks like, I mean, from the look of the brake cylinders, well, the brake cylinder is a different entity. It's all the way up here. That's where all the force is going, though. So it would be supported on these 2 bolts, and that's where all the pressure goes. So, I mean, there's a couple different strategies here. I'm not going to mill something because my milling machine is still all messed up. I don't have space to put, like, a big piece of aluminum. That would certainly hold it. Without a doubt. That would be very, very strong. If I could mount a piece just like across that. But I think that's too thick. What else do I have in terms of like, because if I can mount like a metal scrap like that, I mean, that angle, you can see the angle is perfect. Ah. I don't want to have to use the mill. This isn't a mill type of solution here. I don't think this is a mill thing. But we need to mount load cell. And presumably, I would like to have the whole piston here with a little bit of room to move. But if it doesn't have room to move, then it doesn't have room to move. I need to reprint that. I need to reprint this. Or no, I need to reprint this. This is the part that broke. Shattered into a billion pieces. Then like that would need to restructure the whole thing. I'm just kind of fitting stuff together to see what happens. What's up, Human Will? How's it going? Okay, all right. Bastard. Just broke. It just broke. Yeah, like I could barely fit a plate there. Let me see what kind of like thick aluminum plating I have, because I probably have something that's thick enough that it'll be able to withstand, you know, all 750 pounds of me. Can I just get $1 per pound on my body, and then I could buy that trim panel? No, not actually that. I don't weigh that much. Close, but meh. All right, let's find. Oh yeah, I can't just scoop my chair out of the way because it's attached to everything. Piece of aluminum. I have all kinds of scraps over here. All kind of scrap. Yes. Let's see. Big angle iron would be nice, but I think I already drilled that out from motors. You guys don't get to see what I'm doing right now, but I'm basically just going through a bin that sits under the milling, or under the 3D printer that has just a bunch of scraps in it. These are very useful. Usually for like handling materials that I'm cutting, but every now and then you get something like this. This will actually do. This is a very thin panel. It's an offcut from some kind of angle iron. Let me just double check, make sure I'm not. I mean, the fact of the matter is that if I could 3D print it, that would be the best. But what I can do is make this plate, drill a couple holes for it, tap some holes for it. Shit, that was not good for that. And perhaps this will allow me to hit the brakes properly, you know? Yeah, it's a sim racer for playing games, but I've used real car parts. We had to do some digital car part hacking in order to get this to work. This is just like aluminum, just straight up. That's it. Just I almost dropped it. What are we doing? We're just making farts now. What you're hearing. Don't adjust your television set. What you're hearing is in fact a physical fart noise maker that I have created what works off of channel points on Twitch. So when they redeem channel points, it'll make one of 9 fart noises randomly and emit them sonically. It's just basically a speaker in a box, and it'll make fart noises. So if I'm far away from the thing, those will be quieter. But yeah, those are redeemed from people in chat. Oh God, can't help it. We'll do it whenever. I have a lot of points. I got to spend them somehow. Yeah, I've run into that before. If we do just like a bar straight across this, what I can do is I can drill a small hole in the bottom and tap it, and then put a bolt just straight through. Just 1, 2, straight through the whole thing. And that way, it'll be pressing on this bar, which isn't incredibly strong, but it is enough material that I think it'll hold the force of braking without bending. I fear Russian hackers taking control of self-driving cars by satellite, running down old ladies on the sidewalks of downtown Chicago. Okay. Look, your irrational fears are not my problem. Let's get this pile of dust out of here. So one of the things we're trying to do, I'm trying to focus the forcing from braking onto this frame, because that's what it was sort of meant to do. It was sort of meant to have all the forces contained within this pedal box. And once we do that, that makes the mounting to the crossbeam it doesn't have to absorb the force. Now what happened before was we had sort of an 11th hour mod to this. Before, I designed in CAD, I designed this plunger to have this inlet on it, so that I was taking advantage of all this surface area to hold the force of braking. But that's not how load cell work. That's not how Mafia work. That's not how the load cell works. The load cell, you need to be applying pressure to these little shoulders, because that way this thing, I believe, acts as like a diaphragm. How does a button load? I want to look up at like a cross section. Why are you guys looking up I don't care. All right. Grand Theft Auto has been around for 1 billion fucking years. How does somebody exist on this planet without knowing? All right. And on Twitch nonetheless. I think that's just trolling. View image, button load cell, just typical column load cell. How does it work? How do it work? 2 diaphragms, elastic body with a strain gauge, and then the electrical housing. That's interesting. Okay. So we can use the body of the load cell on one side. I don't know which one it is, though. Okay, let's see here. I think these are much more extensive load cells that we're looking at. I'm looking at like the common little tiny load cell that we've bought, and I'm trying to see how I can distribute the load onto the body of the thing. We're talking about my entire weight on this thing, which is what this thing can take, but it's got a little bit of like a cantilever advantage. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get a good answer, especially seeing as this is like some weird third party. It's not like a big company that made this thing. We don't have like the super duper. This is a good company. Futech is a really good company for load cells. They make a lot of very nice product. They're very expensive though. We did not need a very expensive load cell because we're not measuring anything. we're measuring it against itself, so it doesn't matter. We don't want to get specific numbers out of this thing. But I've worked with Futec devices before. They're very nice. So I'm looking at how button cell load cells work, and I'm not finding too much common stuff. I mean, the best we got was a button load cell up here up top. Why's my freaking center click not working anymore? Up top, we got a couple little explanations, a couple little mechanical drawings. This one is probably chief among them. That may give us an idea of how it works, but we have no indicator of which side is which in terms of having a diaphragm or in terms of having a flat plate that pushes up against everything. There's so little documentation on this thing. It's completely unbranded. And we have one side that has a larger shoulder and one side that has a smaller shoulder and a seam along the top right here. But those aren't very clear indicators of what's going on inside of here. So as such, I am going to have to put all that force onto the shoulders of the two threaded pieces coming out of each side. So that'll be some kind of a big big washer. For this side, it'll be a big washer. So I'll be able to put this thing down in there, have a big washer that distributes all that force, keeps this thing from exploding and cracking. And then on the other end, I'll probably just thread it and just screw it all the way in. Seems like well, aluminum is fairly soft, so I don't know if I want to do maybe a washer. Maybe I'll do a washer and then bolt it and hopefully not put any loading on it that's inappropriate. Good luck with that. Looks like it's testing time. Why does it look like it's testing time? What am I doing that looks like it is testing time? All right. So yeah, we can just simply sit this right there, right in the middle. And then we can figure out where exactly we want to mount the load cell from there. So, okay. So that means I need to scribe a couple marks on this thing. Where's my scribe? There it is. Scribe up here. That'll do. We'll have to find center later, but for now, I lost my scribe mark. I think it's that one. Yeah, I'm not going to do like bluing or anything like that. We're just going to mark it. Mark it, cut it, be done with it. All right, that's our first one. Second one, I want to figure out the position of, well, the holes that we're going to put in it. We need a center line. I need a center line on this because we're just going to do 3 bolts. It's just going to be center, center, center. There's no other, there's this big shoulder here and there's the big shoulder there. I can't put this at any other angle. I've got like these 2 block pieces here. I have a bug that like really wants to like fucking get in my mouth. Get out of here, bug. Jeez, it's in my airspace. I'm going to end up eating it by accident. All right. I guess I'm looking around for my rulers, and I think my rulers are on the other desk, so we'll just use the calipers to do this. So calipers, it's in inch, because I hate you. Let's go to millimeter. 0.02. Okay, there we go. These are like brand new Mitutoyos. I'm sad to have had to buy them, but anyway. Oh God, they're a cursed number. Of course they're a cursed number. 25.555. All right, I'm just gonna calculate this one. I'm not smart enough to not calculate it. Instead of 3D printing a big thing that's gonna like fit into that location, I think it's gonna be a better use of our time if I just use hand drills and cut a piece of aluminum. I think this is gonna be much easier to do. Although it is making a big thing that's gonna want to like get pushed in and distort. I think this is probably the better way to do it. I'm not sure. No, they're a real person. Okay, 12.777. Jesus Christ. Okay. if this ends up distorting, then at least I'll have 2 pilot holes where I can make like a 3D printed thing to go in there, but or just a thicker piece of metal. 12.777. Oh, I missed it. No, I had it. 8. No, there we go. Oh, lock it in. 12.77. Now, is this thing is pretty evenly cut. I think I milling machined this thing, so let's just get a center line now. An approximate center line. That'll do. I'm gonna double it up just so I have a little bit more prominent. Bluing probably would have been a good idea, but I didn't do that. Good old machine bluing. All right, so now what do we want to do for the distance in from the edge for the hole? Well, that's not a lot of room under there. Let's see what we got. So 16.4, so let's make that one 8 in. Oh, come on, where is it? 8 in on that one. Oh, that's a lumpy line because it's a lumpy edge on the bottom here. That'll be fine though. And then from the top, I mean, if I get it center on this, it's kind of tough because it's like an offset. It's got like an offset bracket thing. Down here, I'm not as concerned. I mean, I probably should be, but I'm not as concerned because if I can just get the drill bit in there, I don't even know if I can get the drill in there. Oh boy. Might have to play by the seat of our pants on those. Yikers. I don't know how I'm gonna find an angle on that. Yeah, it's just a kid talking weird. All right, anyway. Don't know how to conceptualize, huh? I'm not wearing hockey pads. RMRF. 27.42, and if I go to the center of that, that's going to be like a weird, it's going to be a weird intersection with all this internal stuff. I guess if I put it on the drill press, I can drill directly into it, but I've got all this stuff in the way that I'd rather not have to take off in order to do the drilling, but I can't exactly get a hand drill to align itself properly from there. I could try to drill like from here out and see where I end up, and maybe we can base it off of those holes. You think that's the best way to do it? If I just take the drill and just fucking like throw it in there and just see where we come out on the other end. Same thing with the other piece. Just throw it in like right down there and just see where we come out on the other end. Well, that was the idea, was to use I don't have a plate that'll do the whole thing. That would be kind of a waste. I know it would be the better way to hold it up, but there's no shoulder right here. There's no shoulder that just directly goes through, which is ridiculous. So over here, there is a little tiny bit of a shoulder, like a microscopic one. But again, like no shoulder right here. So having a plate would mean that I'd be spreading the force out to a lot more area, but this is just what I found. So we could just use what I found. This will be strong enough. Okay, maybe it won't be strong enough if I can bend it. Oh boy. No, I didn't really bend it. I mean, you can see it distorting a little bit. If I can bend it by hand, this will probably be fine. For the amount of force that I'm putting into it. I don't know. At a certain point, you run into your fasteners on either end, like holding it taut. I don't want this is gonna permanently distort, isn't it? I'm gonna go back and look for other pieces of scrap. Hold on. I'm gonna take this and we're gonna go to this camera. We'll just see if I can find a different piece of scrap that'll do the job. Hold on a minute. I'm getting cold feet at the shape of this thing. I feel like it's enough, but usually when I make these assumptions, I make an ass of me. What do I have back here? I mean, that thick plate is not... I'm not going to do thick plate. No, sir. This is... Oh, dear God. What is this? Oh, it's not going to fit across the gap. There's like a bent piece of steel that's got weird angles all over it. It's filthy. I don't know what to do about that. What is that? Oh, giant... Oh, that's another... I have two pieces that have these weird angles all over them. They're from like a shelf or something. Weird. Weird. I mean, 80-20 stuff is too thick. That's like an inch thick. That's ridiculous. And I dig deeper and deeper. I don't think I have anything. Well, this is a box section. I don't think I can fit a box section anywhere. That would be super duper strong. I have carbon fiber. This is not a job for carbon fiber. This is not a carbon fiber job. No, no, no. What? Why are we making noises over there? What's going on? You guys getting restless? You guys are getting restless. What about a box section? No, a C section is not... This isn't going to do it. No, 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 no. Because there's nowhere to mount it. Yeah, that's not going to do it. I was like, man, it's got all that extra support on it. But then, how do you mount it? I guess the same way I was going to mount this thing. Only it'll concentrate the force on the two pieces that are going to support it. I'll bring it over, but I don't think that's going to work. I'll bring it over, but I have my doubts. I have my doubts. Ooh, what's that piece? What's that piece all the way over there? This one's a little thick for the job, but, you know, it's been sitting at the back of a scrap bin, so if I can use it, I'll use it. Let's see. All right, I got a bunch of stuff. Let's see what we got. Try to come back here without my mic cable killing the whole shop. I never. No. It's like, that's like Palpatine talking to me. Gonad's voice in my head saying, just use wood. Do it. And I'm like, no. Never. I'll never stoop to that. You have no power here, Gonad. Turbonad, or Flatulent Gonad, is a good buddy of mine who also streams, and you guys should go check him out on his channel, Turbonad. He's very cool. He does a lot of this kind of stuff, but he does it with wood. Dirty, dirty wood. Disgusting. Excuse me, I usually mute those. I mean, if I use a bunch of small fasteners, I could make that work. I could just hold it in from the edge with a couple screws. Just hold it there and put like, no, I don't think that's barely, God damn it. This piece is just too small. If it was a bit bigger, I could use it. But I don't have anything of that size. Because yeah, that's a thick boy, and that's gonna hold on to all the edges there. What the hell? There was that bug. Yeah, you guys didn't see it. It was just off camera, wasn't it? I'm not crazy. It ran up under the T-handle and then flew away. It's so interested in getting to my fucking face that it's like buzzing around this area. So like this is a hell of a lot stronger in terms of bending, just because it's got the sections on the side, but mounting it is still a problem. Use longer hardware and go through the whole thing, but then we lose a little bit of space here. This is seeming like the best option that I have right now. Do I have any scrap over there? Yes. I don't think I want to use those pieces though. There's two pieces of scrap on the milling machine right now, but I'm using them to hold the camera thing, the camera project that we stopped because they didn't have the right sized. Sorry, we stopped working on that because the DRO failed me. I need to fix that DRO, the digital readout for the milling machine, because without it, I'm bad at milling. So I can shorten 3D print part and print it again if I want to, but I don't think that's gonna do it. What is this person? All right, those pieces are like a 1/4 inch. Well, no, 1/8 of an inch. They're too thick. 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 Let's get back here. Let's go back here. Let's go back here. I'm not gonna listen to chat. You guys are weird. 8mm on that one. This one, arbitrary. I think it might be better if I just drill the holes from the back and just see where they're gonna end up, and then we can cater our bracket to that. Because that way I'm not going half height from the total height of that thing. Instead, I'm going to where I can fit like a 3mm bolt into the back. I'll just use M3 on this, and it'll be all good. Now I don't necessarily want hardware to stick through this, so I think what I need to do is plan on tapping this from behind, which is odd. That's an odd way to do it. I mean, I guess I could go just slightly off kilter like this, and then I can get from center to center on that. That might be one way to do it. Because I don't want any fasteners to stick out of here. I mean, the other thing that I could do is just drill it larger and just have a countersunk fastener. No, that's why I'm doing it like this. No, I don't have another bar. I just have what you see here. I'm not going to do 2 bars. Nah, I don't need to do that. This'll hold pretty well. If I jumped on this and I put it like if I put this between 2 like dining room chairs and tried to like karate chop it, it would hurt. I might be able to bend it if I like press my knee against it or like jump on it or put it in a vise and try to bend it. Or like smash on it with a palm thrust, or maybe I could karate chop it and it'll disintegrate because I'm so powerful. But I think this will hold up to the amount of force that I'm putting into this bar. Maybe. If not, those are lessons of life. We get a life lesson. Aren't we lucky? I mean, honestly, like this would probably be ideal because I could just put that there, and then I know that's thick enough that that's not moving at all. This is borderline, and the difference between them is not a lot of material. So I think we're good with this. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay, and if we're not, then we're not, and that's just life. You know, it doesn't have to deal with the inertia of the person in the seat. So I think it'll be okay. All right, anyway. What do I want to do? How do I want to cut this? I guess before I shorten it, I should figure out where the screw holes are going to be. And so the screw holes will be determined by just blindly drilling this from the rear. Now, this is not M3 thread size, so I need to find M3 thread size. Drill bit. We can just Google that. Beep ba 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 ba. Drill size is 2.5mm. So whatever I can find that's close to that over in the pile of drill bits. Let's see what I can find. 2.5. And 2.5mm should get into that pretty well. I might even be able to fit the bolt head in there. Well, if I can fit the bolt head, then I'm drilling it at 3. Let me get the bolts. Maybe that's the better way to do this, is to find the bolts. Find the bolt that I'm using, and maybe, just maybe, go from there. These are the emergency ones. These are countersunk in case I need to, like, in case I really screw up. Let's find some 3mm bolts here. We'll go through a couple things. Man, I'm streaming sick. I shouldn't be streaming at all today. I just haven't been streaming a lot lately because, you know, things have been coming up all the time. So I've decided to stream today, but like my whole body is still sore. Every part of my body is sore for some reason. I did a COVID test and it was negative. You can see my glucose levels are finally okay. This is what my glucose levels normally are like, perfectly manageable and flat. Although this chart, I'm still having a trouble with the sense of scale on the chart, because actually this is the past like 24-ish hours, right? So this isn't just like a 2-hour chart. Let's pull it back and let's just do like a 2-hour chart so that the data looks a little bit more dynamic. How do I do that? I go interact and then I hit. Oh, I see. So that chart up top is only 3 hours, and then the one on the bottom is the one that goes way back. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Yeah, this is over the past 3 hours. I'm feeling hypoglycemic all of a sudden. Why is that? Clean signal. At least we got that going for us. But yeah, it's like, this is my day. Wake up at like 8. I woke up at, yeah, it was like 7:30, I think I woke up. No, I actually woke up around 7, because that's when it started spiking up. And then I gave a little bit of insulin, and it only barely listened to me. And then I woke up more officially around 9 to 10, had coffee, and that drove it back up a little bit. And then at about noon, I had, what did I have for lunch? Oh yeah, I heated up some ramen right before stream, and that spiked me up to 212. And then we've sort of been riding that insulin down until here. So I think I've done okay today. It's just, I've had a lot of trouble keeping those glucose levels clean just because of the sickness. Because I've been sick. Sick and tired of your shit, chat. That's what I've been. Okay, so I could probably drill this out to fit the cap head here. So we can just so I don't have to tap anything. That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to do this without tapping, because tapping is annoying, and you know, it's just that end full stop. But tapping is annoying. Yeah, so if I drill that, that'll drill it for the head. And then if I do, that'll clearance that. Boy, that's gonna clear out the whole thing though. I'm almost constantly thinking of myself stomping on a pedal. Yeah, that's my normal thought process dwells on such things. All right. I'm waiting for that person to come back and go, see, I told you drilling with the hand drill was inaccurate. As if that, like, I didn't know. When my hand falls through this, that's when you tweak the drill bit and break it. That's always how this goes, right? Here, I'll do this. How's that hole doing? Oh my god, this is some pretty steady material here. Probably be kind to our tools, and I'm gonna go like put a little dibbly dab of 3-in-1 on this. We need a little bit of 3-in-1 action on this. Hold on. I mean, WD-40 would probably be better, but just do, well, put it on the bit. Beep, just that. That's all I need. These bits are all garbage anyway. They're all terrible drill bits. They're all really bad. I think this one's dull. I think I need to use the other one. I think this is a really bad drill bit, because I remember this material was not that difficult. I think this one's dull. Yeah, it might be cut for plastic. I don't know. I would like to have a second set of drill bits that I could specifically cut for plastic. And apparently it's much more pleasant to drill through plastic if you have a properly cut bit. Although drilling in reverse has also worked for us for plastics before. Yeah, it's almost immediately biting more. I can feel it. Okay, what am I going to do with that? Look, anything applied science does is so far and beyond from what us normal mortal human beings do in the project space that it's just not even worth mentioning as some kind of a smart boy thing to say when somebody's talking about drill bits, you know? Like, You might as well be telling me about, like, how to build a transistor in my backyard. Because I'm not going to cryo-harden drill bits. At any rate, the only type of hardening that we could ever even remotely accomplish would be something akin of what ClickSpring does. But I don't even have that kind of a thing. I don't know. It's just like these comments that people make that, look at me. I'm smart boy. All right. I don't know. Applied science lives on he's like a different plane of existence than the rest of us, all right? Everything he does is amazing. Oh yeah, look at how much easier that thing drills. That drill bit is going in the garbage right now. It was just cool. Yeah, I assume everything he does. Listen, I'm talking from my vitriol and acerbic nature right now is simply out of jealousy of how good everything he does is. Ah, see that? When you fall in with the drill bit like that, it's dangerous. Everything that guy does is awesome. I'm sitting here freaking drilling into car pedals. He's like doing real science. He's gonna get like an honorary degree somewhere, and I'll just be like, yeah. He gets an honorary degree, and I get like a spoiled cabbage thrown at my head. That's what I get. All right, so yeah, fastener goes through there. It could, I mean, I don't know if I need to countersink for the head. I don't know if I need to do that because the bar is here. So it's not really going to interact with this. So I guess I could put a larger bolt through the whole thing. I could probably, well, I don't know if I have long enough M4s, but it's an option. But anyway, so those are those two holes. They're going to kind of be a little rough on that end. What I can do now is hold up my bar. Where's my bar? Bar. Bop. Hold that up like that. Kind of pseudo center it. If I go center to center, it's not exactly centered. I just need to make sure that I cover the spot. Blowing up the spot. Yeah, it looks like that's going to be way on the edge. And this one, we keep it centered to where this thing will come in. They're going to be in like weird spots, but it's more important that I get it centered on the force, because it's all this does is just hold it in position. So like that. Actually, I think I should mark it because my hand isn't gonna, I'm not as good of a clamp as I think I am. I gotta use my mouth. I'll hold it in my mouth. Okay, it's 1, 2. Let's see. Let's do the cutting before we decide whether or not, or before we decide where we're gonna mount the load cell. How about we do that? How about we do it that way? Because I'm still gonna have to 3D print stuff in order to make this happen. I need a drilling surface. I guess I could use this. We'll just hand drill this. I could use the drill press, but who needs such fancy technology? Of course, this is going to mean that all my holes are like totally off. Yeah, like that wandered around. That wandered around. Knew that would happen. All right, that's one. Let's see if that lines up at all. See if that works at all on any plane. It's a little bit too low. Well, I can get around that by filing this a little bit. The hole's too high up, so I got to do this. Maybe on this side.
we're whittling our way into a cross beam on this thing. This is the level of technology that we're dealing with today. We get to scrape our way into functional hardware. That's just how we're gonna do it. Now, one thing that I could do is if I felt really fancy, I guess I could have on the mill cut a slot, and then I would have a washer, like a steel washer that would be strong, that would hold the load cell, and that way I could move it up and down to get the angle correct. We're not going to do that today, but I could do that. That's an option. Trying to take away that little weird lumpy cut, and then maybe I can give like chamfer one of the sides, and that'll make this fit in a little bit more tightly. Because it's a soft edge on the inside of this. This is like a, I don't think it was a sand mold, but the mold definitely has some very soft edges to it. See how that fits. Well, that goes down to the right point, but it seems like it's riding up on the thing, so I'll do a little bit of this. This is almost the width of the file, but not quite. And luckily, it's exactly the width of that thing. Ugh, disgusting. Not using the milling machine means everything looks like it was like drawn in crayon. Okay. Problem is, it's moving my hand around. Well, let's see what we can do. See what happens. Play it by ear. These drill bits suck. All right, this is a great way to injure my hand. I don't know what to do about that. I mean, if I just let it drill in, what I'm afraid to do is it catches it and then it'll fling it. So I guess I got to do this. I got to use the vise instead of just this thing. Getting metal everywhere. It's one of those days. Didn't feel like doing anything crazy. Sit here and improve our systems a little bit. Let's put that in the middle so I'm not torquing it weird. Vice will add a little bit of inertia to the whole system. Yeah, that worked a lot better, even though the hole is like crooked now. All right, let's see if that's even close. Yeah, this is my miniature precision machine vise, and it's apparently they're very expensive, but you know, obviously I got mine from like a decommissioned machine shop, and it's not in great shape, so I'm not sure it's worth, you know, precision money. But it works for me. Works very well, and I use it to hold circuit boards more often than not. Okay, so that will mount just like that. And we can figure out what the let's lop off the end here. I can do that. God, I got a variety of different tools that can do that, but none of them are hooked up right now. or hook up a bull. I guess I could do it with the handheld bandsaw, but that's like, it's a lot of hullabaloo to go through. Drill into the casings for what? Vices? Yeah, I have a vise here that has all the apprentice marks all over it. It looks like something somebody probably made as their first machining project. But the problem is, yeah, you really shouldn't be drilling into your vices. They're precision tools. I mean, a general shop vise is fine, but like precision machining vices, like tool making equipment, really should never have a drill mark on it, unless you really screw up. Because each of those surfaces are precision ground.
All right, let's lop off the end of this little bar. So, oh god, I got everything is in the way. I don't know if I'm going to be able to really get in here. I'm not set up for a machining stream, you know? There's a certain amount of tooling that has to happen. But we're doing a machining stream because I don't feel like using my brain today. There. Where's this go? Put her right there. Put her there! To get all the way into this corner. Because this is where the bandsaw goes. Comes from down here. This I can get rid of. Not using that anymore. Using the direct HDMI connection. This is a cut USB cable that needs to go over here. Oh, and there's that spiral wrap I was looking for. Man, stuff is really going all over the place in here. I've lost all sense of order. No longer have control over my own shop. It's madness. This is one of those tools that is just so useful for very specific reasons. If you're cutting a lot of pipe on a job site, obviously it's great. But for me, this thing is wonderful at slicing raw material before I put it on the milling machine. Because it has a speed control on it. I can slow it way down. Well, this blade's not looking too good. A little bit of rust on it. All right. So I'm just going to lop off the end of that piece of aluminum, and I don't need such an extensive tool to do it. It's just the most convenient thing that I've got. Unfortunately, using this thing takes a little bit of finesse. There are kits where you can buy that just make this into like a benchtop saw. I did my own thing, and I didn't even use countersunk screws. I need to replace those with something countersunk. But anyway, I turned this into sort of, you know, my own thing. Problem is getting to the button. Because the button's all the way over here. So I have to do this. It's a little less than ideal. Trick with this thing is to slow down at the very end, because otherwise you're going to rocket forward with all the reduced amount of force. You just got to be careful at the very end. All right, so now that's cut. I could probably shave off the little ends of it too to make it fit. What's up, Mahalo? Hello, Mahalo. That's redundant. Break the edge off. Beautiful. Okay. So I need to move the pedal setup away so I can actually scooch into position over here. Man, just one of those days, huh? One of those days. All right, so this thing here, like that, and like that, and it's inside the edge, and then the brake pedal moves this thing into what we can assume is an approximate center point. I think it's a little higher than that, just right like that. Yeah, it's looking good. So yeah, that's basically what we want, huh? So I'll make sure that's flat, that's flat. Okay, so I'm gonna make some marks for the top and the bottom of the cylinder. Probably only, I mean, hey, if I was really good, I would only need that radius right there. I probably need both marks though. I'm not that good. I'm not a machine. Quiet chat today, huh? We got a quiet one. I don't know what a good way to find centers is for like circular stuff, aside from finding something that's already got a center, which I guess we could use this to do. I could just stick the tool in the middle of this, huh? Brain is mush, too hot. I understand. I do not fault you guys for being mush. Mush brain. It is not cold where you guys are right now. Like, I mean, there's all this, and I was talking about this earlier, there's all this like, oh yeah, if you think that's hot, I live on the surface of the sun. And it's like, I don't care. Like, measure off of what? Yeah, it's not exactly centered. That's one of the things. This whole piece is just sort of haphazardly placed in there, so. Draw a pentagram, summon a demon. Put it into CAD, and then use the CAD tool in order to measure. See, whenever I do stuff like the like freehand like this, it's all my holes are always all over the place. I've been all right so far, but. Ask my questions. Yes, yes. I can't even backseat you unless you fire up Unreal Engine. The only time I'm going to be firing up Unreal Engine is if I'm playing a game. So I wonder what the difference between the two shoulders is. Like, I want more surface area on the other side of this. I would love to use the larger shoulder on this. Like that. And then I can put a bolt on this end. This is like really, these threads are really nice. Put a bolt on that end, and then that'll hold that there. But then on this end, it's like, what, do I need to like brace around this tiny little shoulder? Well, if they're relevant links, you can post them. You know the deal. What do you mean, oh, bother simulator? What are you talking about? Oh, you mean I would make that game? Some kind of janky, like, house flipper simulator, but you're me? No, the weather forecast, no, don't like that. That's not relevant. You didn't even wait for me to say if it was good or not. English, please. English, please. I don't know what you're saying, so I can't moderate that. Oh, great. All right. Bye. You can petition the ban in the Discord if you want. Yeah, he was the Turkish curses. Bye. What the fuck? Why have I gotten two of that today, huh? These people that come in are very specifically looking to be banned. Cool. Like as if I'm not paying attention. I mean, I have moderators, but they're off, I don't know, kissing their dads or something, I don't know. No, my moderators come and go. They've gotten lives and very unfortunately started touching grass. So if things got hinky, I'd probably make Pyro into a mod, but I don't think he needs that burden. I'm good enough at just seeing those little things pop up. But going from no activity to chat, no activity to bad chat, it comes with the territory, man. You know, we can either have dead chat or we can have chat that occasionally. I think they're funny, but you know, it's weird that somebody would just get together and be like, "Hey, I'm gonna go into this chat right now and call him an ass son," or like. Or no, what was it? It was, hold on, Control-Shift-T. Give me my window back. Yeah, ass son. Maybe butt baby is what he's trying to say, but butt baby is funnier than whatever Turkish version it is. All right, let me see here. So we got our two holes in that thing. What I want to know is the difference between, so button, load, cell, shoulder. I need more information about button load cells. And I didn't really find it. And maybe it's not a button. I guess it's like a push-pull load cell. Like a, I don't know. What are those called? Not a pancake, right? It is, in fact, a pancake load cell. It was indeed a pancake load cell that he was looking for. Look at you, you pancake load cell. But there's no information about, like, where am I supposed to apply the push-pull force? I don't know if we can get away with using... See, what I'm trying to do is spread out the force in a larger area. So I don't know what I can do there. It really is this kind, though. Mini pancake. But it has the shoulders on it. I even found a 3D model that has the shoulders on it. And actually, the 3D model, I think, has some internal structure to it. Here, let's look. Let's take a look. Blech. This guy. This one has a slightly different design, though, although the dimensions are all the same. You have the big button, you got the seam, and then you have the small button, right? Yeah, pancakes. Okay, so what I can do is I can actually put in an analysis view, which is done by going to Utilities, Inspect, and then we want a section analysis, and we'll just do it across this plane here. Ah, damn it. It's a solid structure. I thought they had more internal stuff on the model. I guess not. Oh well. Load cells have work with a little arrow to indicate where the weight force needs to go. Yeah, this is, this thing is cheap. This has no markings on it externally. And it is a common type load button cell. And one of the shoulders is larger than the other. And I think that's, and this is just, I don't know. Might be wrong about this, but I think the nature of the two shoulders, one being larger and one being smaller, I think that's supposed to indicate where the force goes, but I haven't been able to find any information. Unfortunately, this 3D model cannot be done like sectionally, so... there we go. Blech. I have to get that view out of there quickly so that you guys don't have a panic attack. Chat can't handle looking at infinite regressions. They just shut down. They start panicking and freaking out. And then I get weird international people running in here and leaving curse word comments. Thank you, Frelling. What does Foodtech have to say? They usually have good information about their stuff. They say nothing. Oh, there it is. Okay. LMC 100. Oh my god. Hold on. Show me like a data sheet. I guess we need to like drill down to get to the data sheet, huh? We need to get into the data sheet for this thing. Do you guys have data sheets in your store? Your fancy looking store that looks really nice? Autoclavable sensors. Jesus. Load cell. Load cell. Hello? Oh, it's taking a while. Very, very quick website, huh? Hello? It's still loading. There it goes. Ah! Okay, it's back. Look at that thing. Cool. Looks like the scale force sensor. Beep 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 bop 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 bop. Beep bop bop. Bop bop bop. Bop. We want that? Yes. Okay, well, miniature's fine. And then I just want like a data sheet. Give me like this one. It's only $2,000. Oh my god. NPS Stewart subbed for 36 months, 3 years. NPS Stewart, thank you so much for supporting me over this period of time. 3 years old. Holy shit, dude. Thank you, NPS Stewart. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I need to do some stuff to grow the channel in the near future. I want to get more people in here. It probably means that I got to do YouTube videos. Can I get a data sheet? Can I get a data sheet? $775 for the alternative model. Data sheet, spec sheet. Non-loading surface, active end, huh? And then fixed end. Their design is a little bit different from what I'm looking at. Damn it. So I actually don't know which it's. There's like a concave surface on this. So we need to find one that resembles the design of what we have, and then assume that the specifications are somewhat similar. You guys don't seem to design them the same way. What's this one from? Forcentech. Okay, Forcentech. 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 Dr. Plugger, 34 months. You're 2 months off from a couple years, man. Hey, Dr. Plugger, thank you so much. Thank you for the 34 months. That's amazing. With a prime? Holy shit. I mean, I guess I could measure the part. Yeah, I could do that. But that sounds too involved. Instead, I could just look it up online. Hooking it up to something. I mean, that would require us to hook up and look at the signals coming back from the LIN bus. I have to hook it up to the controller, and I've hooked that to USB, and then I have to go into the software and say, hey, I want to see the force out of this thing. This is where like a menu would be nice. Something that I should implement on the arcade setup, because then I could change things on the fly without having to, I could store it in the EEPROM memory, all these settings, instead of having to redo all the code and throw the code up every time. But right now, because I just barely got this thing working, it's in a state where I would have to redesign the software and upload it to the chip in order to get it to spit out the numbers that we'd want to see in order to test that theory. I guess I could hook it up and look at the hooking it up isn't too much work right now. Tension compression, I think, right? Yes. It looked a lot like that one. Let's go with that. Tension compression load cell data sheet. Give me your data. This is not a lot of data. I was really hoping that you would do what the other one did and give me a little bit, just a little bit. Nope. Non-loading surface, do not contact. Wait, but does that mean the entire other end is a loading surface? Yeah, but Trade Splatter, by the time I did that, I would have done like a shitload of work. Like that's not what... Anyway. It's easier just to look it up. So the one with the small shoulder, non-loading surface, do not contact. This one I can contact. So the one with the big shoulder, it wouldn't have shattered if I had just, That's so weird that they want it to be like that though. Like the smaller shoulder is the one that you're measuring. Why wouldn't you want like a nice big plate here to put your force into? I guess it's going into the threads. That's where it should be going into on this end. So, okay. I think what I'll do is we'll find a big washer that we can put on this, because then that big washer will go to metal. So we'll put, I'll drill a hole, find a big washer that we can put right there that'll spread out that force so that it doesn't like bend the aluminum away or anything. And then we can get all that force into where it needs to be. And then on this end, I can keep the design that I have already and then just screw it in to the end, and then that'll end up giving me a good reading. Because on the end with the seam, apparently that's the fixed portion, and then over here you have the part that acts as a diaphragm. Weird. Whereas with this other design, where did that go? With the other design, you've got like, on the same side of the seam, you have the active end, and the other side is the fixed side. You've got this like internal diaphragm here, but that's not the design that we're looking at. This is much. I think this one is much smaller. I think this one's like significantly smaller. Maybe not. I don't know. But they don't have any of the style that resembles what we have. What we have copied of these people probably, and so we can follow their rules. Keep plucking beard hairs. I shouldn't do that. Okay, so that means we can do a small hole on this side. I mean, they're all going to be the same size. It's just this one's going to need a washer. Now we know. Now let's see. How does this one match up? So if I drill it with this drill bit, it might thread, but it might not. So I'll just drill it with this drill bit. See where we get to. Over what? Over my dead body. Here we go. Use this. And then I should probably try to be a little bit more accurate about the placement of this one. I could do it by punching a little hole towards the center, like that. Okay, that fell. Vice wasn't holding it as much as I thought it was. I don't think that's really going to work very well for me, though. But this isn't a very accurate thing anyway. I mean, the load cell is very, very accurate, but I mean, I can at least feel the nub that I just placed in this thing. I really dislike these drill bits. Why was the whole hole walked over to the side? What the fuck? It walked over to the left. Look at that. Oh my god. Look at what it did. Here. I think that drill bit has gone bad. Look at that. What an asshole. Well, I guess I'm going to slot this out a little bit. That washer's going to be doing double duty. Look at that motherfucker. It moved to the side. I don't think I was drilling it crooked. I think the whole drill bit was moving to the side because, like, the top part is ovular. It's elongated. Everything else is just wandering. What a bastard. All right. As usual, my holes are ovals. Why'd you do that? Probably one of the edges. Feels pretty sharp. Yeah, it seems pretty centered. I would expect it to be all clogged up, but that was very strange that it walked over to the side. And it might have been that I was just crooked. That's why I appreciate the drill press a lot more. Unfortunately, all the drill press area is being taken up by stuff right now. I need like a circular file in order to sort of to right my wrongs. Deal with the consequences of the actions that I've taken. Where did my circular file go? What, huh? You in here? Where did it go? Might be in this bin. Oh no, it might be that one over there. Nope. Nope. I probably need new, there it is. I probably need new ones of these. They're probably, some of them are probably kind of getting worn. Good old microfiles. Files are inside the computer. I mean, I guess I could try to walk the drill bit over too. That's one way to do it. Where is this thing mounting? I think it mounts on this side. I mean, also, that offset could just not be relevant. Oh, it needs to be a bigger drill anyway. Bigger hole size anyway. And if it's got a little bit of room to walk, that would be good. Because we'll make up for the amount of force with the, what do you call it? With the washer. So the washer can allow for it to move around a little bit. I actually do have a piston mount that could allow it to completely articulate. It's got like a sliding surface to it. I don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. I'll just drill this out much larger. Of course, this is going to catch, and then it's going to send everything flying. Let's see. Oh god, this is making me nervous. I don't want this thing to catch and like injure me. I don't want more holes in my hand, you know? Okay, it was fine. It's a soft material. At this point, I could probably use the round file to just kind of walk the hole over. Just what I'm gonna do. Well, that's a lot of material to go through, so maybe I'll just leave it over to the side just a tiny bit. Yeah, so there's where it sits without a washer, and it can move around. It's got a bit of a shoulder on it. Let me get my other kit of bolts and stuff, and I'll clean off the desktop so we can work. I think the offsets are not going to be that big of a deal. Index C. Subbing for 15 months. I know Index C has been around longer than that. I know the name. It's more than a year old. But thank you for subbing. I kind of remember a couple of the times Index C went up on the board. We were supposed to be working on the board today, but the sim stuff seemed like it was more fun, and I'm kind of feeling under the weather. So, well, thank you for the 15 months. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Dealing with the filings is like a lot of this kind of work. It is indeed Tuesday. For most of us, it's Tuesday. What? Oh, yeah, we're working on Burn the Subs on Thursday. Yeah. This isn't Burn the Subs Thursday today. If that's what you were wondering. Anonymous, thank you for 100 bitims. I don't see any need for you guys to be anonymous about this stuff. You guys should just wear it with pride. Unless it's embarrassing. All right, I need to get fasteners. Fasteners. I could put like a bolt in and then do this and then another bolt. Nah. Let's some of these and then these guys. These go up to the higher sizes. Yeah, all right. All right. Let's get some washers on this thing, and that'll spread out the force a little bit. Of course, the size of washer that I need is of course missing, conspicuously absent from this fucking kit. I need to get another kit. This kit sucks. It's terrible. I don't think it's the right size. Ugh. It sickens me. All the washers that I would have used in this application are gone. They're all gone. Oh no, I don't even have like one hanging out in this thing. That's not gonna fit. It was the one, this is the one that I need, and it's just not there. It's just not there. Never the right washer. How about you? This one that's sitting over here? I don't think that's gonna fit. That's not gonna fit. Trying to get out of here. Oh, it's a hype train. Oh, okay. Well, thank you guys. Appreciate all the subs and the bits. I gotta keep an eye out. Like, donations flash up on the screen, but I don't have them in the activity feed that I usually read. Okay. So that's a no. This pithy washer kit. I need to buy another one of these. It's problem is you buy a kit like this, and so there are a couple sizes that you commonly use. Those are the ones that you should be replacing individually instead of buying an entire new kit. But the new kit is cheaper, so whatever. Cheaper than having a 10 million of a particular size of washer. I can hunt around in some of the miscellaneous bins to see if there's anything resembling that size washer. Usually washers end up in kind of different place overall than everything else. All my wonderful hardware bins. Bins and bins of hardware. The lifeblood of any shop. You find a shop that doesn't have disorganized bins of hardware. You gotta wonder what's going on in their head. What do they got going on that I don't? What's their game? Well, that doesn't work at all. This would be the exact wrong thing to do with this load cell. It works in that it's the same radius on the outside, but it does not indeed cover the center. So I'm looking for like a moderately thick boy that's going to cover. Oh, that's exactly the dimensions. That's not. This is the opposite of what would be effective. This would render your force sensitive device completely ineffective, but it is the right dimensions overall. There are probably custom washers that do what I'm looking for, but what I need is like relatively thick hardware that's going to allow that little shoulder edge of that. That's too small in the middle, right? Yeah. It's going to allow that shoulder edge to press down evenly on the whole thing. Without the milling machine, I can't make something very specific, you know? I mean, I guess the other way to do it would be like a standoff, because then the standoff would, you know, interact with that, with the threaded post, which is really what you should be interacting with. It should be force against the threaded post. That's what I should be stabilizing. How do I not have a washer that's appropriate for this fucking thing? What's wrong with me? Was I the clown all along? It was me. It was me. I was the clown. Yeah, that's too big. That's gonna, yep. Too big! You would still get numbers from that, but they would be distorted because the diaphragm, you're stabilizing like the entire diaphragm, which is not what should happen. Not appropriate. So you got a bunch of washers here, but they're like super paper thin, and they're not the right thing. Like this is like an electrical thing, or like protecting paint. This would be the worst washer that I could use on this thing. This is weak. It is weak. Alternatively, I guess I could find a bolt that sort of flares out. Well, the spring one, no, but maybe this guy? Oh no, it's not the right. That's way too. Yeah. Actually, I think I have a bolt like this. The load cell's pretty tolerant of force perpendicular to the pressure point. I'm not certain. I think the spec sheets would probably lay that one out. Yeah, I don't really know. What is this? Is this too big? I'm just looking to spread out some of that force. Nope, too big, wrong thread size. Different one of these. I bought these bolts a long time ago, and actually this one would be good if it fits. I think that's an English size though. Yeah, that ain't do at all. Okay, next. Going through some of the bins at the top of the bin thing. Seeing what I got. Those are not even close. No! Go away. Next. Oh, not those. Nope, 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 nope. Maybe I need to go a row below. Searching. Well, these are completely the wrong size. They're the thing I'm looking for, but the wrong size. The wrong size. Oh, none of that. You. HBU. Well, there's some washers in here. I think they're too big though. Yeah, these are way too big. I wonder what this is from. I have all this big hardware up here. Anyway, moving on. That's these again. I already took that drawer out. No. And I got one more. I think this is the one that I was looking for this whole time. Found it right away, right? Jeez. Shoulder bolts, but then more importantly, these. So these have that flare out on the bottom. Nope. One size larger.
But I've used up all the right... God. Those are too big? Are you kidding me? I don't know the right size. Could have sworn, unless it's an English size. I don't think it's an English size. I thought that was M6. Aren't you not M6? It's not good enough for you. You hoity-toity bolt bastard. Can't even find one? There we go, I found one. Alright, so that'll hold it. There. See, now I've got a little bit more area on that. I think I can trust that on the plate. Oh, maybe I can't. Dun dun dun. I can trust this on the other side at least. So much for that. That was a good idea, but it didn't really work. That was a good idea, but it didn't really work is pretty much the motto of this channel. First try, yeah. I don't be able to fit a washer on either side. That's the problem. Because I don't want it to bunch all the force up on that one shitty hole. No, no washers in there. Washers in here? No. That's a spring. I am lacking in mechanical hardware, aren't I? I got some decent kits of, like, mechanical hardware, but then, you know, I'm lacking in a lot of the other areas that I need to have parts in. It's not quite what I'm looking for. Those are a bunch of lock nuts. I don't need that. Okay, all right, I gotta stand up. Oh, my legs, my legs. Oh, my legs. All right, let's see. So, got what I got. Anything M6 flavored would be great, but I don't have a ton. I got like this. That one. Yeah, it's almost the size of it, so that'll punch through with the amount of force that it's going to see. This one is just not quite good for that. It really needs to be a very tight fit, which is odd. It's odd they made it like this, you know, because like having it be such a needing to be such a tight fit it's really kind of inconvenient for me. I guess if you're using it as like a pull force, you're not worrying about it on the level that I am, but I think this goes up to M5. I don't know if this does M6. Oh, this is M5. It's not M6. Well, if I can... Oh, see, that's loose at the very bottom. That's weird. Because I was thinking if I could put a bolt down, then I could put a washer there. But the entire bolt is loose because of the shoulder on this threaded piece. What a bunch of crap. I feel ripped off. I don't know, I'm having fun doing this. Hopefully you guys are having fun hanging out. Why was that bar even in there? Let's see. And this feels like the closest thing that I've got, but it's too thin. And it's not M5. I could drill that, but I really don't want to have to drill a washer out, you know? There's probably some piece of hardware that I've been squirreling away just for this sort of thing, right? Just something I put aside, like, man, that's a weird thing. Wonder what that is. And it's probably like the perfect fastener for exactly this application. But I forgot about it, and so now it's just sitting there waiting for anything to happen. Nothing ever will. This is rubber. Otherwise, I'd be thinking about using it. Like, those aren't M5, little circular standoffs. That's going to slip over the whole thing. This would be the perfect one right here, if this is the right radius. But it slips over the little nub here.
Actually, it doesn't, but it also is almost the size of it. So that's the same category as that washer. Seems like you need a specialty washer for this sort of thing. Anything weird in here? This is like rail parts, so I don't suspect I'm going to find anything. That's too small. It's too big. Too big, too small, too big, too small. Tail's old as time. That's pretty good. I think this is one of the missing ones from that kit. It's one of the ones that I grabbed from that kit and never put back when it was done. This looks like it has one too. God, that is a heavy bin. Same problem, lots of hardware, never the one you need. Yeah, tail's old as time, isn't it? I think that's where all the washers from that kit went. They went into building the pedal. See this right here? I think this is exactly what I've needed. I think this is the right one. Yep, because that sits much more. Okay, so I can do the washer directly on that. My only problem is the way that it fits onto the shaft is really bad. But what I can do, I guess I can put a bolt up on this, and that way we're putting a little pressure on that way, and all the pressure will basically be on the threads, right? I think that's the way to go. I think just, nut to nut. But then adding the nut in there adds a lot of width, which means I might not be able to get it to attach to the bar properly. But let me just, where'd that nut go that I was using? Yeah, this might be a little bit more shallow than this. This is what I'll use on the other end, because that'll lock in better. Well, maybe the inclusion of the nut is a bad idea. Yeah, it is. It's a bad idea. Bad idea. Back out. Back it out. Back it up. What I'd really like is for this to be a lot tighter on that shoulder, but it just isn't. It just can't be. So I'll do it like this. And I think that's, even though it might be off by a little bit, like it might put a weird vector on the force if it does that. Whatever. Can't do anything about it. Just do it like that. See that? And right up at the edge. Okay. That'll have to do. A lock nut would probably be better there, but whatever. Whatever. And I hate how this thing isn't centered anymore. I hate it. It should be like 2 inches this way, or like 2 millimeters this way. It's not, I mean, it might be a little bit more centered on where these bolts are, but these have like a whole shoulder thing to deal with. I can see the traced line and how it goes outside of where the load cell is. Just because the drill bit, the fucking drill bit fucked us. It really did. It went like, what an asshole. All right. Well, we can still use it just fine. This will be great. It'll be great, chat. It'll be great. It'll be good. Just be cool, chat. Be cool. You guys gotta be cool, all right? Gotta be cool. Chat. I don't think I have a wrench for this sitting out. Oh, yeah, I do. Well, close enough anyway. So that would be with the cable going upwards, which I think is the right way. One thing I'd like to do is put the control box in this stuff, but it doesn't really need to be. And then we need always more bolts. Bolts, and washers and bolts and washers. So I need to just move stuff a little bit. Let's just like clean up a little bit before we start to like put the final version of this together. Now, one thing that I don't have is the 3D printed part that exploded on the previous one. We'll work around it right now. I can just put this thing on there. And it's interesting that I can put it fully on there too. I'll print one up in gray. I've got gray loaded into the printer right now. But yeah, this will have to go all the way up to the hilt. Because it can. I mean, the alternative is that I flip the thing around and drill out for that larger shoulder, and then attach the load cell up against this plate. And then I have much smaller surface area on this side to push up against this. That would be where like a rod maybe would come in or something. I could attach it to like a threaded rod. No, I think this is better, because then we're pushing this large surface area and we just have this small thing here. That would probably be where I need to pay attention to whether or not this plate is bending. But I think that'll be okay. I think that'll be okay. But yeah, let me clean up a little bit more. I like doing stuff like this because it's less like you know, we're not crunching numbers. We're not running stuff in CAD. We're just physically seeing what we've got on hand and sort of adapting to the changing needs of the project and the things that we learn along the way. The friends are the things we fucked over along the way. I mean, what? Huh? You don't gotta run fast. You just gotta run faster. We can return that washer to this thing. Just make sure to keep that together because I might need it. How we doing, chat? Hope all you Europeans are starting to get a little bit of a relief from the insanity that you've had to deal with. Dealing with an out-of-place temperature is not enviable. I wish I could have used this one. Problem is that hole is exactly the size. If this hole were smaller, if it were the size of the washer that I put in, this would have been perfect. Because it would spread all that weight out to, you know, the entirety of the thing. I will be fine with what we have. It's just weird that the way that these load cells work. Just double check. Yeah, it's like exactly the size of the shoulder, so it doesn't work. I can't use it. What a bunch of piss. I should double check with the wrench. No, I already know that's the way it is. That'll go back there. Make a stack. Scrap. Over here. Scribe goes back. Got to do these mid-project faffing about cleanups, because stuff will get really out of whack if you let it. Get all this stuff away. Top of my head is in the shot, right? No. I don't see it. We still haven't figured out how we're going to angle the pedal block, but what we have done is set up a system that will allow us to remove the back bar as sort of a limitation. We won't be pressing against the back bar. We'll be pressing against this sort of mid piece, and then that'll. I don't know if it'll help it not like angle itself, but it'll at least keep it from breaking itself. What is the forecast here? I can't pull up the forecast on my machine because it'll fucking dox me. And then every now and then, I'll have a storm that I call a doxing storm. So I'll have these doxing storms. It's not a storm of dachshunds, otherwise I'd be, dachshunds, I'd be running outside and petting them. But no, it's a doxing storm. So what it does is there is a singular cell in the sky the size of a house, and it's directly over mine. Like, it's ridiculous. If I were like, oh man, Chad, I'm really having a thunderstorm right now, they'd all be like, yeah, I know exactly where you live. I'd be like, God fucking damn it, you freaks. I'm sure there's EXIF data or something that can tell you where I am. 90 degrees in New York City. 89 degrees in Philadelphia. No storms in sight. Jesus Christ. That sucks. I can't believe forecast.io is going away. That was like my super simple weather. People are like, oh, you like weather? Here, let's pull up the weather site. And it's like, it's like this. It's like, yes, here's all the weather data for 5,000 years. This is every sensor we have on the East Coast. running you directly all the satellite data, numbers, and all the Excel spreadsheets. And this way I can figure out the exact. I don't want that. I just want something that's going to tell me if it's going to fucking rain, you know? That's all I need. I just need to know if it's going to rain. Like, damn, like, take a seat, tweak. You're going a little nuts on me. Give me a little too much information. Like, yeah, let's open up the AccuWeather forecast page, and it's like tables and tables of data. I don't know what you think I am. I just need to know, like, what it's going to do in an hour. Just give me a map. Map, maybe a little predictive stuff, and forecast.io was that. Forecast.io was the place that I loved it. I didn't need to be a smart guy to look at the weather, but they're mothballing it, unfortunately. It's I don't know, somebody bought it or something. I don't know how this stuff works. So I need this out of the way right now. So let's just move that up like that. I don't think I can fully do the spring yet. Maybe I can. Well, the spring's going to be all over the place just because of the shroud is gone. There we go. Yeah, it's not going to be guided, and then it hits crooked. Son of a bitch! Look at that. Look at how crooked that is. What am I going to do about that? It's going to perpetually be crooked like that, and then I'll make it weird. It's going to make it weird, chat. Weirder than you guys usually are. Yeah, I need to move it over. I need to make that into a slot now because of the bad drilling. My app would just say after rain comes more rain, but maybe sunshine later on. What are you in Seattle? You know exactly where the thermals will be in case the study decides to borrow a glider plane. Yeah, exactly. It's like, here's today's thermal activities. And the gravity report. The what? Yeah, it tells you what the measured gravity coefficient is at your area. So you can tell if there's more gravity or not. This is on your weather app. Yeah, yeah. Why do you need this? What is this? Almost Seattle, Sweden? I suppose. I got a lot of Swedish and European-y viewers. You guys are great. Love you guys. You guys are great. All right. How do I move this over? Any way that I do it, it's going to be a complete and fucking, like a total fucking mess, right? Yeah, the Philly area, no rain until maybe Thursday. Yep. I thought we had some stuff on the docks. I thought we were going to get a little bit of rain, but hey, I could track where your mama is with the satellite gravity sensor. That's actually the satellite thing that my buddy in Maryland worked on. He DC area. He worked on, I guess, a satellite that has like gravity measurement equipment in it. And I don't know what that's supposed to tell you. Maybe something about the crust. I don't know. Something about, this is powdered half and half. So it's half iced tea, half lemonade. You can always taste when it's powdered. It like dries you out. I don't know what it is. It's okay. It's better than, I'm not gonna, all the water freaks are gonna come in here if I say something wrong. And people are like, it's just water. No, not one of those. I like flavors. But I will drink water much of the time. But mostly I enjoy having something to put in. It's better than nothing for me. This thing I think is 8 millimeters. So I don't know if I can really use it to its fullest. Oh no, never mind. It's just the right size. Probably would rather be doing this on the mill, because the mill will just move the hole over. Next Sunday and Monday? Oh God. I want a big storm. I don't know. I want to shake it up a little bit, you know? But no luck. Yeah, you got a Yo Mama tracker. It's a gravity sensor, so it can track her mass. I don't know.
I don't know, man. The more of a stroke I can get off of this thing, the better, because this is going to be a bit of work. To move this hole over 2 millimeters after my shitty drilling job. I only have one piece of scrap that really fits the bill here, so push comes to shove, I can probably find something else to go in that slot. You know, a bigger piece of aluminum, but... What does that mean? It's not chalk, but it's not far off. Oh, the taste of the... Yeah, you're right. You actually are right about that. Not even drinking the purest of distilled water, SMH. Those people are freaks. Those internet water people, they're not to be trusted. Don't go near them, chat. They're not wrong about the health benefits of water. Don't get it twisted. But the people are freaks. I need to be moving in the other direction. I'm moving in the wrong direction. I need to be going this way. Oh God, the noise! Rain and 100 degrees on Sunday. Ugh. We're gonna do a Saturday stream. We'll do a little bit of gaming. I think we're gonna beat the heat. I think that'll be the theme for Saturday is beat the heat. Not your meat. We're gonna do like snow runner, snow tires or whatever. That's looking like an oval. It looks like I went the wrong direction though. It looks like I came in this way. I was trying to move this way with it. Let's see if I can get that centered. It's getting this thing centered is important. This is what caused it to blow up before. So the job that shall not be named. Dun dun dun. Yeah, of course I was. I was living in the DC area, although the epicenter of where that occurred was the big FBI center, not the building in DC, which is constantly like, anybody who wants to use hallway 4, it's currently on fire. We suggest you use hallway 7, which is not on fire. If you absolutely need to be in hallway 4, please use stairwell C, as it's the one that hasn't collapsed. Like that's what the main FBI building is like, the J. Edgar Hoover Center. It is just falling apart, like constantly. It's just like a very long, slow collapse. That's basically the best way to describe the J. Edgar Hoover building. I did not work there, but I did get all the emails about like, if anybody needs the janitorial closet on the 3rd floor, it is currently in another dimension. That building is just like the worst. But I worked at Quantico. So yeah, I was all up in that Northern Virginia stuff. All that Northern Virginia kind of stuff. Because that had like forensic evidence and stuff, and so that's just where they do that kind of thing. That's how they do. I don't have the guide for it. I still need to print out the other piece, but let's just see where things are. See if I can't loosen it a little bit and have it slot into place, because it looks like it wants to be like fully over here, huh? All the way over there. Well, let's just see. Oh, it looks like, well, if I get the bolts in, it might actually be in the right spot. All right, so let me find hardware for this. And actually, we decided along the way that we can have the hardware stick out the back. So if I have M4 or M5, I'd like to use them, but I don't know if they're long enough or large enough. Well, or small enough, rather. The M4, but they're not. I don't think they're long enough. That's not going to get me all the way through. Well, actually, it might. It might just barely. Yeah, I got the little end sticking out. I mean, if I don't use a washer, which is not good practice. Oh, I can use a washer. I have enough room. Sweet. Hey, that worked out really well. We actually had something work out.
Jerry's opened a portal in the toilets. See, I was reluctant to say portal because that sounded too cool in sci-fi. What the story with that building really is just that it's a very old building and it's just falling apart. Like, please don't use the underwater bathroom. Like, it's just like, just dying. I think they've done some work on it in the more recent past, so maybe the emails aren't as dire as they used to be. But like, whenever I talk to a buddy from that job, I'm like, how's the J. Edgar Hoover building doing? They're like, it's somehow still standing. What a shit show. That must be working there. Oh, that cabinet is mold. I guess I can't go that way. It's just like that. It's just like a failing, like, building from the 50s, you know? Yeah, emails to the whole org. Well, they've figured out how to not just make it a mass email. It's not a reply, you know? Those are like bulletin messages through an email system. And the one thing that you know that sector can do right, it's IT. They're a very strong IT force. Straight up control, but IRL. What do you mean by the way? Is that a game that you're referencing that I should be playing that I missed? There's like a whole era of PC gaming that I completely missed back in my heyday. Played a lot of Jedi Knight though. Jedi Knight 2 specifically, but there's a game called Control that I have in my wish list. Maybe that's the game. I need to find another one of those washers, but the chances of it are very low. Chances of finding another one of those washers. Game from Remedy, SCP, but by a big studio. I think it's on my wish list. I think I either watched like Tomato or Rabaz play it. Maybe Bike Man? I don't know. I think it's on my wish list, and I think it keeps going on sale. I should probably play it. I don't know when I have time, because I'll sit there and be like, I want to play a game, but like, I have no motivation at all to play a game, and I'll sometimes be saving a game to play with you guys, but that's once a week. If I'm more consistent about the gaming streams, which I'm trying to do, I'm trying to be more consistent, you know, life gets in the way of streaming schedule. But trying to be a little bit more consistent about gaming, and maybe I can get to some of those titles that I want to play. At least just play, not necessarily finish, but I would very much like to get back to Jedi Knight 2, but I don't think you guys would be too interested in it. Because, you know, everybody has it. Everybody played it a billion years ago. We get this thing done, we do spin tires. I can get stuck in the mud, the snow. Sorry, not spin tires, snow runners, or whatever the fuck that thing is called. Okay, I'm looking for one washer. Keep moving around areas infected by mold. It's basically what I described. I wonder if they had an inside track on the... These are the little things that you don't learn from, like, you know, media, is that the J. Edgar Hoover building is a mess, at least from the perspective of somebody who receives the emails that are meant to go out to the people working in the building, telling them to avoid certain areas because there's like dust or asbestos or something. I just always thought that was funny. It was like constantly falling apart. Every day we'd get a different email about what corridor is closed that day. Okay, that was the right size. Perfect. All right, so I did have another one in the bin. These are the last two of these. Now keep in mind that there's been a lot of work done in the recent past, so I could be completely off base on that. I could be totally and completely wrong about that. I do wish I had a washer for the other side of this thing. But yeah, I could be totally wrong, just because I haven't been around that environment in a long time. So I've been out of it. I've been out of the game for a while, chat. You can't get me back out of retirement. Father, we need you back. We need you to come back out of retirement. I left that life. I left that life behind. How dare you sully his name? I can't wait for that to happen. One day, you know, the grizzled detective comes back and is like, we need you back. And I'm like, I can't. I just can't. You know why. They're never coming back. Now this feels a lot more brake pedal-like, but the guide isn't helping move this thing into where it goes. And when that goes away, it'll crack it, because I need a little bit more vertical room, unless I move the whole thing down a little bit. So maybe, just maybe, I need to drill another hole. Yeah, I think I need to drill another hole. I think we need to drill a hole a little bit further down from where this is right now. I think maybe we got that positioning wrong. And it needs to be... All right, well, I'm going to undo this, and then I'll push in the brake pedal again, and we'll see where it sits. I think we were very close, though, so I don't think this is, like, going to interfere. How do I get this out? Wait a minute. Wait a minute, how do I get this out? Okay, I think the spring will let me compress it. I think. I hope. Push that against the spring. Jeez. That's scrapey. I think I lost my washer, too. I think it fell in there. Great. Now I gotta find that washer again? This is how it always works, huh? Where are my tweezers? That's a knife. I think my tweezers are elsewhere. Where did that washer go? It's in here. I don't want to start digging around because it'll get buried. Oh no, I don't see it. I don't see it, chat. Oh no. What's this? That's not it, but it might be a similar size. I'll put that over there. Oh no! Where's that fucking washer? It's gone. It's gone forever. I will never find it. Well, I have one replacement. Probably talking weird into the mic because I'm looking down. Where did it go? I mean, I saw it drop into there, unless it's like stuck on... No, it's not. Yeah, it definitely dropped into this, so I'll put that aside. I think I can use this one in the meantime. Yeah, this one's all like distorted and gross. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. That'll do. That's all right. Okay, what are we doing? I was figuring out where this thing needs to be, because it's at the max of its travel here, so it doesn't line up. I mean, really, technically... This is the part that needs to be altered. Hold on a minute. So I need to redo the 3D print. That's what I need to do. The load cell can stay in the same spot, but this needs a deeper trough. Which is already, it's a pretty good part as it is. I put a threaded insert on one side so I could use smaller hardware. I guess I'll just take that out with the soldering iron and put it in the new one. But this needs to be deeper. I need a cut that goes this way on this so that this can sit and angle, pivot in all the way. What does that need in order to do that? It needs just like a little bit less right here. A bit less right there. So this is now something that we can 3D model our way out of. Finally! Finally, something I can 3D model my way out of again. That was a tomato alert. Pop. So let's go back to the view where we have this up here and this over here. That's my monitor window. I don't need to see that right now. And then we go back to this, and then I can work. This makes it so it looks like I'm looking up at everything that's going on instead of looking down at my feet. Okay, so we don't need that. We don't need that. We need this. And the complicated part about this is this part right here. One of these needs a bit of a cut in it. I don't really know how I'm going to achieve that. I I mean, I could draft, but what I need to do is like have a tube that sort of goes at an angle there, so I can use it as a tool to cut. How is this thing made? Oh my god, it's no less than 5 billion steps that are here. And then sketch there. Those are chamfered out. That's chamfered out. Okay. And then those are weirdly chamfered out. And then that's an additional part. That needs to be cut out slightly differently from the way that it is. It's like I need to push a cylinder on it, or I need to extend this out by just a little bit. Maybe that's the solution, is I make it a little bit longer. That'll mean that the brake pedal presses down less, but that's okay. To be fair, what I really just need is like a sideways cut in one of these ends, so this thing can sit flat. Just double checking. Double checking. That goes there. Not like that. It just needs like 2 degrees more that I can twist. The only way to get that would be to soften. What you making? This is a load cell for the brake pedal. We're replacing this bracket with a cross. We're replacing this bracket here with a cross beam. This is for the sim setup, so that I can press the brakes hard and not have it explode. Our 3D print exploded because of some of the angles that this thing wanted to be at. This is probably not long enough, and so maybe if I extend it a little bit forward. Now, what's that going to take? It's going to take a lot. I kind of min-maxed this thing decently enough anyway, but yeah, this is part of my sim setup that uses real car parts. So we're not... Burn the subs we're going to work on Thursday, or we're going to work on this again, and I've lied. I've lied to everyone. That might be the case. I may have lied to everyone. I'm sorry, everyone. You deserved it, though. What if I unchamfer this? I'm going to roll history back. So that would probably fit a little bit better. Streamer's lying. Ah. I don't know. I've gotten a lot of... What do you mean, what's dump? Oh, dumb. Well, I don't know. I love Fusion 360. I think it's a great program. Works very well for me. So yeah, we've got kind of like a flat bar cut out of this thing. Now, structurally, none of this stuff was in question. There's enough material here that it was supported well. The only other thing that I could think, I mean, if that is flat to there, it's still gonna hit. So what? How can I do like a draft? I don't think that'll work. The direction would maybe be that way. No. What about that? What's it even doing? Okay, never mind. Cancel. Modify. So if I do like a... I mean, I could do like a chamfer on it. It'll be a circular chamfer, but that would get it out of the way a little bit in a weird way. And that's strange, but it will allow for a little bit more space. And then if I do an uneven, then I can do 2 distances. And it deletes everything. Why does it delete everything when I get there? Okay, we'll do it that way. So that gives it a bit more of a cut. That's probably it. That might actually be what I need to... That might be the way to do. It might be very thin right there, though. I don't have a sectional analysis, I don't think. Oh, yeah, I do. Oh, my God, it's super thin right there. That may be too super thin. How did I print this thing? I don't remember. I think maybe I had a ton of support material on it. In which case, this might be a very cursed angle. But I mean, that will allow it to bend a little bit more, and then I don't have to deal with all the other, crap. I don't have to deal with, yeah. I think that'll be good. We'll try it. I mean, I'll try it. If it fails, it's going to take a while to print, so we're not going to, I'm not going to have you guys watch as I print this, but let's see. So then, in order to give it a little bit more structure, I need to I'll just soften these edges with a round chamfer. Oop. No. This, and this. Oh, that's hideous. That is really bad. Well, it's what it's. It's what it's. Take it out a little bit more, maybe. Oh, that is terrible. What it's doing over there. Oh, ugh. What a horrible looking thing it's become. That's what my parents told me when I left the house. They refer to me as it's. Time for bed. Thanks for the stream. Hey, Demi. Good to see you for brief, for a second. Yeah, we'll keep it cursed. It looks terrible. It'll just look absolutely awful. Lurkin mode. Hell yeah, dude. I'm usually in Merkin mode, where I got my Merkin on, which is a pubic hair wig. Yeah, I'm usually Merkin about. Take that one to max champ. That softens that up a little bit. That's not too bad. Maybe we can do something here. It's just like how to make your parts look professional. Chamfer? Question mark? Fillet, maybe? I don't, whatever. Yeah, look at that. Look at what that does. It just makes it look like it's not completely cursed, huh? Oh, that's really weird looking. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter that much. Basically, the whole point of it is to avoid hitting the pedal, so. And I could maybe chamfer this down. I don't know what's going to happen if I do that. Maybe not, yeah, like that, and then... Oh my god. What a weird... This is maybe the weirdest solid that I've ever created in Fusion. Here it is. Here it is. My magnum opus of weird. I wonder if that does the cross-sectional analysis. Bonk. I think it might have given it a little bit more material. Maybe not. If that should be a straight cut though. That's not good. Oh, but it actually, huh. I've been sculpting so much I haven't been chatting. Hey man, it's good stuff. You're doing good work. I didn't measure the brake pedal, so I don't know what kind of radius it has on this center here. I guess I could measure it going backwards, because that would be. Let's give it some dimension. That'll help. No, not 100%. It's PETG. It's very strong stuff anyway. I've gotten away with just normal, my normal infill number on it. I'm having trouble. I got to find a vector to measure it from, and I'm not finding it. Hold on. There's a lot of stuff in the way. I could just remove it, but so the approximate size is 17 millimeter radius. So 17 millimeter radius from that hole. Let's get the sketch for that. And we'll just put a 20 millimeter circle on it or something. Yeah, I got a haircut a little while ago. Well, not that long ago, but still. 17 millimeter. Where's this thing? What am I looking for? Oh, sketches. That's right. Sketches. Take that one. So 17. Yeah, that's not going to give me enough info about the turning of the thing. Oh, no, that's a diameter. It would be 34? Yeah. See, that doesn't seem like it's hitting. It's just the 34 has... It's not hitting directly from the center because it's got the arm on it. It's 34 would be the square size that's coming off of it. If I do like that, and then I give it an angle, but I don't know if this will allow me to do angles. Can I twist this? I don't think I can. I just want it like as a like an example, right? What's up, VCM? How you doing? I'm just trying to look at what the arm is gonna do on this. I could do like one of these. See, it's like you choose the angle first, and I don't want that. 34. There we go. That's all I wanted. So like that'll let me drop it just a little bit further because it's cutting like across like that. Of course, I can't see that from here because it rewound the timeline. So maybe let's just get out of this sketch and I'll go... Now we're further along the timeline. So maybe I'll just make a new sketch. Just as a quick, quick sizing example. So before it would have hit, what was it, like here, and now we've got like a couple degrees, but if I soften this, I move it back a little bit, then maybe I can get there. This is a brake pedal. It's my weirdo brake pedal setup, and I'm trying to clearance it so that I get, so that it can face forward when you apply brakes. Because right now it's breaking the 3D prints. If I chamfer that, I'm only going to get like a couple millimeters out of it, aren't I? Not really going to get a lot out of this. So I can cut it down to there. I mean, I could always do that later with external tools too. Get rid of the analysis view. So yeah, if I cut that down a little bit, I get like a little tiny bit of extra. I don't know if it's worth it or not. This is just like by the seat of her pants here. Oh dear God. What is happening there? That is cursed. A gusset in the side of the bracket? Possibly. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to show you what's going on. Over here. When this is attached, see, this is where the load cell is going to go. Load cell here, but it's at a weird angle. So in order to get rid of the weird angle, you got to have this attachment fork. But when that moves down, it can't move all the way down. So that can't pivot all the way down. And that's why it exploded in the other system. So I need it to go down just a little bit more. I could almost move the hole in the end. But yeah, I needed just a little bit more. None of these parts exploded. These parts are great. They're all PETG. They're all very resilient. So I think maybe if I just do that little bit of chamfering down here, this will be able to pivot enough that it can be flat to the load cell. Yikes. It's close. It's a close one, though. What time is it? Oh, my God. It's like Jesus Christ. I ended up streaming for a while. We've had a variety of projects to work on. All right. I think I'm going to call it there because, I mean, I was kind of under the weather for the duration of the day anyway. We ended up... yeah, I could grind the arm... Wait, grind the pedal arm? No. This is a full force braking system. I need to be able to put my... Well, it's not... I could say it's a full force braking system, but the size of the aluminum bar that we've put on this thing says otherwise. This will probably be able to hold up to a pretty decent amount of braking. Full force, Might get a little sketchy, but I think it'll be able to hold up. I mean, we've got a nice base plat in there going. So what I'm gonna do is take a break. I've been at this for a while. I've been doing a variety of different things around the shop. We got a lot of good stuff done, but I'm pretty sure I'm sick. You guys saw, I've got the overlay with my glucose levels on it. I'm doing well right now, although we're starting to sneak up. I think I'm going into fasting response time. So it's about dinner time. It's about time for me to eat, and then my glucose level is going to fucking fire into the stratosphere. However, I will be back on Thursday. Wednesday, I got to go through some of my old stuff. I might have cool stuff to show off. Maybe we could do a teardown Friday if I find something cool to do. But I would like to get the steering wheel stuff done. Not steering wheel, but the pedal stuff. The slight adjustments that I need to do in order to make the system able to be put away for a significant amount of time and then pulled out and having it be in a known working state. That's what I'm sort of getting towards here, okay? All right, so I am done. Everyone on Twitch is playing that Insidious cat game. That's actually, it looks really cute, but I don't know about anybody else doing stuff out there. If TurboNad is on, you guys should go check them out. TurboNad. Otherwise, oh wait, my window's not showing me who's on. All the major players. Tom Thinks is also doing stuff. What's he doing? Cartoon Mess. That's always fun. Fun! Bike Man's doing Stray, Pokemon, Multiverse. So it's a toss-up. You guys can figure out where you want to go. You guys will figure out where you want to disseminate to on Twitch, depending on your interests. Usually I'll raid into a gaming stream, because it's fun, but you figure it out. You figure it out. Here's the end card with all the information that you need on it. All my other stuff. Twitter, Discord, which is where I'll be during Wednesday. And then we'll come back on Thursday, and depending on how I'm feeling, we'll either do Burn the Subs, which will be a little bit more fusion stuff, or we're going to be working on these brake pedals because I'll have finished the load cell stuff. I'll have time to print everything, and we'll have finished the pedal cluster. We just need to figure out how to put it at a slight angle. Other than that, the only other thing that I want to do on the steering wheel is gate the shifter so that when I move it all the way into reverse, I have to click it in, and I'll probably have to click out too. That's easy to do. It's something that we can figure out later. We don't necessarily need it for Saturday. So till then, I'll see you guys on Thursday. Catch me on any of these things, and have a good one. Or not. I don't, I'm a streamer, not a cop.